Store. That's nextround.store.
Final sound of the day brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you want to say goodbye to weight, Way to Wellness can help you do that. If you want to get your blood pressure and your cholesterol in check, Way to Wellness can help you do that. At one point, they helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol back in check. Now, they're challenged with helping me lose 15 pounds that I've gained this summer. The summer of gym has been fantastic. And it's time for me to get back in shape. And I'm going to call Leslie and her team up and get over there. You can do it as well, just like me. Aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. No cookie cutter plan. Everything's designed specifically for you. The program's overseen by board certified professionals. There's no contracts. If you don't like it, you can quit anytime you want. There's no sign up fees, and you get a free consultation to start with. Watch me shrink. Come shrink with me. Aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Brian Kelly, his team shrunk a little bit at the end of the game last night, missing another kick that could have sent the game to overtime. Here is Brian Kelly after the game.
You know, they outplayed us in the first half. Certainly mistake after mistake for us, and particularly in the first half. And, you know, obviously more mistakes in the second half. We started to overcome some of those. And, you know, played with, you know, I would consider more of a sense of urgency, you know, with the last 12 minutes. But, you know, our margin for error was so small that we couldn't make any more mistakes. I was proud of our resolve. We battled, but, you know, we just have to learn how to play the game the right way, and that is for 4 quarters.
Yeah, I feel like he's having to clean up Ed Orgeron post-national championship where the players sort of ran the program.
Yeah, I think there's some of that because you know he's got talent still. And you heard Klatt talk about, you know, the 5 programs that have recruited in the top 5 over the last 5 years or something, and LSU was one of those programs.
I just expected, like I mentioned with Napier in my stock up, that looked like a different team than Dan Mullen. That looked like an Ed Orgeron team last night. It didn't look like Brian Kelly has yet changed any culture whatsoever there.
If you listen to anybody who's around Billy Napier, he's got a very regimental way of doing things. He's got papers you fill out, reports you read, videos you watch.
In game 1, they're challenged. They got a tough game coming up. Get past game 1 and perform against Kentucky. That's a tough challenge for them now.
Do it one time, now you got to do it again.
That's right.
That's life in the SEC right there. Fun show on this Labor Day Live. Remember to hit the thumbs up button, like and subscribe everywhere. We're back live again on Tuesday to continue talking college football. Clemson and Georgia Tech tonight at 7 in the ATL. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live now on a Tuesday. We hope you all had a fantastic Labor Day weekend. A lot of you were with us yesterday with our live show. But as we do on Tuesday after Labor Day, there'll be a lot of still reflecting on Week 1 action. We'll get to that. We had Monday night action, so we'll start off with that and Clemson's win over Georgia Tech. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, Lunsford is back there. So too is Taylor Korn, who's handling all of our social media this morning. Remember, hit the thumbs up button, scroll down, like, subscribe, hit the thumbs up. No matter what service you're on, like and subscribe. Set those alerts so you can stay up to date with us on everything we're doing, which later tonight in these very halls, we'll be having our first ever Next Round fantasy football draft with the NFL season starting on Thursday. And later in the show, I'd love to find out if we could play for a listener or a viewer. We'll see if there's any interest later on. What do we got? 10 teams? 10 teams?
We've got
right?
10 teams. Yeah,
So
10
like
employees, 10 teams.
we adopt a member of our audience, and they get out of it what?
If say, let's see, we'll just pick Smuff 23.
All right.
If Smuff 23 decides he wants to be paired with one of us, we'll say I'm with Smuff 23. You've got Goose and you've got Cheney over there.
All right.
If I end up winning the championship, then Smuff 23 would get a prize from us, maybe a gift certificate to a sponsor, some food, and maybe a T-shirt or something out of the
a trip to the Next Round store.
a trip to the Next Round store, and that'll be like a championship prize. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Instantly, Dave goes, "Sorry, Smuff, you got done away."
That's
not the official draw.
No.
Not the official draw.
And I'll go ahead and tell you, I'm probably the one you don't want because Dunaway has been in a fantasy football league with me before, and it has been a long time since I've been in one.
Well, I was telling somebody last night, I ran into an old friend, and I told him I haven't done one of these drafts maybe in 15 years.
So Dunaway's been
playing
in one with me before. I think it was a baseball one, actually.
Yeah, baseball's hard.
Yeah, and I was forgetting. I just forgot to set my lineup for like 2 straight weeks, so then I just forgot for the rest of the season. And I remembered one day, and I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't set my lineup in forever. And I remember you were working with Rob Carlin, and I checked with him. I was like, hey man, I haven't set my lineup. He goes, oh, I know, you're the scariest team in the league to play. I was like, why? He goes, because you're loaded, and if you'll ever just set your lineup the right way, you're going to be impossible to beat.
In typical Brown, and it was a head-to-head league.
Yeah.
In typical Brown and Dunaway relationship, when he realizes like everybody's beating him, boom, he's lost 2. I think it was 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
He
in a
sets
row.
the lineup against you.
He sets the lineup against me.
And
He beat you.
I had the best roster.
I mean, on the bench, he had like 2 MVP candidates.
And I was just forgetting to set my lineup.
Oh, of course.
Now, I do better in football. Baseball's hard. I hate it. I mean, boy, the minute that league started, I was like, I have screwed this. I don't want to do this every week. Now, football's a little bit different.
So later on, we'll figure out, a way to let you guys jump in. It may be a bad assumption of me, and I know Forrester and Lunsford have all the analytics. But I assume all of you guys who are so great with us in the chat room, men and women, also follow us on Twitter, right? At Next Round Live,
I don't know if that's a safe assumption.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully you follow us everywhere on all of our social media platforms. But we'll figure out a way to sort of get everybody together and come up with a way to draw 10 names later in the show. But the draft's tonight, starting at 5. Am I right about that?
Yeah, that should be the start time on our video platform. So set your alerts.
We'll broadcast it live. And we've got alcohol up here, and we've got free Ubers home. So there's a good chance, as we like to say, on our Saturday night show, there's a good chance it comes off the rails tonight.
It could. It's Tuesday though, and it's 5 o'clock.
And it's an hour and a half draft. I mean, Oh, I think
well, that's the word.
Yeah.
No, 1 minute. That's what I campaigned for this yesterday. Lunsford says he's got it. 1 minute. If you don't make your pick, you get the best available.
Okay. I think that's good.
No, I agree completely.
Glad you're doing it that way. And to keep you motivated for putting your lineup in, whoever comes in last this year is going to have Lunsford's putting this thing together.
A punishment?
A punishment? Who selects the punishment? The listeners, viewers, audience?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
Brand, you do the math, though. I think we got 162 players that has to be picked, players and defenses.
160.
160. So
10.
if it's 1 minute per each, you do the math on your hour and a half. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's 3 hours almost.
Well, Lunsford said an hour and a half. Well, not everybody's going to take the minute. That's what you have to understand.
I don't think you realize how fast a minute goes.
Actually, I do.
And aren't we standing up?
And I know Maggie does.
Aren't we walking? Only because she talks to Jennifer. So aren't we walking up to a microphone and making our pick?
I don't know. That's been discussed. That seems like a lot, but we'll see.
Yeah, because if you make your pick in 30 seconds and walk up and make the announcement, I mean, that becomes, we'll work it all out, as we always do. But
can we make an agreement that we're not going to weekly talk about how our fantasy games are going on the show? Because that's the thing I hate the most.
No, we'll have, I assume there's a reason we're doing this. Somebody else's idea that we need to keep people updated on this.
No,
somehow.
but I don't want the, hey, Monday night coming up, Rockstar.
Got to have Austin Eckler tonight.
Hey, listen, man, I'm only 2 points behind Lance, and here's what I need to happen. I don't want that.
we did
that. Our viewers do not care about that.
No, but we did fantasy daily fantasy on DraftKings this week. Some of our listeners played. And
they did.
I mean, you haven't heard me once say that I won 2 of them and finished second the other.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I cashed the big checks, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think I walked away finishing first, and second with $22.96.
I must have won one because I got a DraftKings thing that I won like $25 or something like that. I didn't pay attention to them, but I got a alert that I'd won $22 or something. So I won one of them.
Can you tell that Brown is checked out on fantasy?
I don't like fantasy.
You won 20. I finished first, and second, and I pocketed $22. You won $25
something like
something?
that. 22 something.
I won 21 something.
It was a
DraftKings
alert.
league.
It was a DraftKings alert that I won money. I don't know what it was on.
I was in the wrong league.
There was no golf this weekend, so I had to be on that thing I did.
Cornbread, you're not right, man. Come on, you're not right over there. All right, let's jump into
$22.05, Jim. That's what I won.
Well, how much did I win?
I won the week 1 day one with I won that one. $22.05. First place. Party's on me.
I thought I won the week 1 daily.
You didn't.
Okay, again, people don't care.
They really don't. All right, so
that proved our point right there. MyBookie.ag brings us the reflection on last night as Clemson ended up covering for some of you out there. It is MyBookie.ag. Tell us about them.
Hey, listen, the NFL season, Lance, you might want to know this. Your Rams are playing Thursday night.
I do know that,
They
yes.
take on the Bills, the NFL regular season opener, and it's time for you to prepare for your winning season at MyBookie.ag. Whether you're a veteran bettor or a first-timer, MyBookie gets you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. Quick and easy. $250 deposit plus $500 in your account. You can use your funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you want. To claim your bonus, register today and use promo code NEXTROUND. That is all one word, NEXTROUND. Designed to add more excitement to the games and the sports you love. Bet on team win totals. Predict the Super Bowl winner. Use the MyBookie prop builder and secure the bag. Your winning season begins today exclusively at MyBookie.ag. That's MyBookie.ag. Whatever you do, do not forget the code NEXTROUND.
All right, so last night Clemson wins. They beat Georgia Tech 41-10, much like Klatt said yesterday. And maybe it was somebody else too, that, sometimes you watch a Georgia game, Georgia beat Oregon 49-3, and you say to yourself, the game was a lot closer than the score indicated. That's one of the cases last night, 41-10. That game was a lot closer than a 41-10 game for a lot of that game. For about 3 quarters, that was a tight little football game, and Clemson was just hovering right there on one bad mistake that could have sent this game in a different direction. Then they pull away, they win, and they cover. Your thoughts on Clemson after watching them last night?
Well, the play was when DJ was about to get sacked. I think they were up 7 at that point, maybe 14. But Georgia Tech was going to get the ball, and he shuffles it back to Will Shipley.
Yeah, that was crazy, wasn't
Takes it 10 yards. They end up scoring a touchdown, and that kind of put the game, out of hand because Georgia Tech's offense was going to do nothing. I mean, Jeff Sims is one of those quarterbacks that, to me, has been the same Jeff Sims over the last 3 years. I guess this is his 3rd year now. I don't know what you guys thought about DJ. I thought they described it perfectly. I don't know if it was Luganville or Dusty Dvorak.
Hard to tell those voices apart.
It really was.
It really is.
I couldn't figure out. We're friends with Luganville.
Luganville sounds so different on this platform than he does
on the field.
That mic,
yeah. And we know Luganville well, and I'm with you. I'm like, was that Dusty or Lug saying that? Yeah.
But they said, it was a mixed bag for DJ, which I thought it was. And I don't know if you guys agree with this. I know he's lost all this weight, and he's supposed to be more athletic. DJ looks clumsy when he's running the football.
A little bit. I mean, like, for instance, down on the goal line there, after that first block kick, where it's 3rd and goal, he's going to run a keeper, and he just trips and falls.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he's got a touchdown right there, and then they have to go for it on 4th down after the timeout. So, yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't know if Klubnik is much better. I mean, we didn't see enough of him to know. But
I saw enough.
He looked like he was driving.
Enough. He's playing. Georgia Tech had packed it in. Their best defender was standing on the sidelines. That game is out of.
I'm just telling you,
done.
How the ball comes out of the hand.
No.
He looked better versus air. I think
the confidence, how quick his footwork's totally different.
Dabo, they were awful in the first half, and Dabo didn't even think about putting him out there. I mean, I don't know that this guy's ready to go.
Let me see real quick. I just got to see their schedule.
Well, I mean, he was 4 of 6 for 30-something yards and a touchdown?
Well, yeah, it was 2s on 2s at that point.
It was 2s on 2s that had given up.
Yeah. Well, they were gassed. And that's
what I'm saying. Yeah. I just don't know that you can judge based on that one drive at the end.
Yeah, I will tell you this. I got some reaction for you. For Tiger Illustrated, the fan side, when things weren't going well, it's always good to go to the opposing team's message board and pull some things up. One Clemson fan, this is just like last year. This is when it's 0-0 after one quarter. This is just like last year. I see nothing different on offense. Nothing. Same bleeping line, same bleeping play calling, no playmakers, and the same bleeping quarterback. We'll be lucky to go 10-3 if this is the best we have.
Yeah. Hey, I got an email from Doug at 7:48 last night. And
Who's Doug?
Probably one of my subscribers, I'm guessing, because I gave out Clemson minus 24. Thank you, Dabo.
Turned out you need to be a little patient there.
Yeah. He goes, quickly, this is 7:48, so this is probably still first quarter. Quickly losing faith in Clemson offense. Not much different than last year so far.
No, it did not look like that in the first half. They were awful in the first half. And it looked to me like one of our friends texted us and asked us this in a text thread. It looked like Dabo was calling plays. He had the sheet out, a lot of talk in the headset. I mean, I know Brandon Streeter is the OC.
Yeah, Marshmallow Tiger says, how much more does our coaching staff, more importantly Dabo, have to see before he admits to himself that DJ doesn't have what it takes to get us to the level we should be?
Well, let me say this. DJ threw some really good balls last night. There were a couple of drops.
I mean,
the one in the end zone was perfectly thrown.
Yes, absolutely.
So I thought there were some really good throws from DJ. I think DJ's legs are not going to be what a lot of people thought they would be, especially with him losing the weight. I think Klubnik's a better option, as far as running the football. I mean, you heard last night Dabo Swinney describes him as a faster Deshaun Watson. So that tells me a lot right there. But Luganville brought this point up. They've got to take more chances and be more aggressive on offense.
A lot of swing passes. Yeah, a lot of swing passes.
Everything
with DJ
is so conservative with this offense right now. Take some chances. Will Shipley only 11 touches last night. He's got to get more. Not only had one touch.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like Marshmallow Tiger, but if you can't take chances against Georgia Tech, who are you going to take them against?
Because that offense was struggling to get first down. Vero Tiger, this is what happens when you hire buddies to run your program.
Oh, I know.
Dabo's going to get a lot of that if this goes south, that he didn't have a national search to replace 2 elite coordinators, that he hired guys who have been on the coaching staff. But that's the way Dabo does things. Those guys have earned the right in his head, but it's going to open the door if it doesn't go well. They won the game 41-10, but I think it's a fair conversation to say, did Clemson look like the number 4 team in the country?
I don't think they did. And I know they end up covering. They end up winning by a big margin. But if I watch Georgia, Alabama, even Ohio State, who was playing a quality opponent, if I watch them, Clemson doesn't look like they add up to those teams.
I think their defense does.
Maybe so, Lance. That's an awful offense.
No, it is. It is. I think their defense, though.
Especially defensive line.
Well, the defensive line is just dominant. And you look at the opportunities Clemson had last night. There was a pick six that was dropped.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a lot of speed in that
but you're
secondary.
not going to get 2 block punts and that bad of an offense every week. I mean, that's
and that bad at coaching. I hate to say it about Jeff
no,
Collins.
we love Jeff, but I don't.
Man, he was lost last night.
I love Jeff. He's a friend of ours. I want him to succeed. I don't know what he was doing
going on with the timeouts
at the end of the half.
Well, the end of the half, and then the second half timeouts.
Why would you take a 10-second runoff there?
Did you hear what his excuse was?
Yeah,
to
so I thought Dabo was going to go for 2. I mean, I thought Dabo was going to go for it. I don't think there's any way Dabo would have gone for it right there.
Yeah, but I mean, you got zero confidence in your defense.
I mean, that's exactly what you're saying. Is I got no confidence in my team. That's why I didn't. That's why
if you want to win that game, you want Clemson going for it, where you got a short field and an opportunity to score.
Yeah, I had no problem with the timeouts in the second half. He was calling those timeouts oftentimes when the Clemson offense was trucking along, and his guys are gassed. He's playing with he doesn't have a rotation at Georgia Tech like they do at Alabama or Clemson or Ohio State. He can't rotate 2s in and all that.
That's on him. It's his 4th year.
Yeah, no. You're not going to be able to recruit
Tech,
at Georgia Tech the way you do at those other places. I get that, but I just fear that he's sent his team the message that I don't think you can win the game at the end of the first half. When you've got a chance to get the ball back and try to get points, and you say, no, we'll take the 10-second runoff, and I'm going to sit on these timeouts in the locker room. What does your team think about that?
It didn't look like his 37th game. It looked like his first game.
No, that was not good for Jeff Collins.
Redmont Distilling Redmont Vodka brings us part of the show today. A little bit more on what we saw last night and what we'll see later today when the new AP poll comes out. All that coming up throughout the show. Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka, bringing us the show.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. The official vodka here on the next round is our friends at Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available at your local package, including the Beverage Place, Pink Package, ABC stores. Available in 20 states. Ask for it by name. It's Redmont Vodka.
Okay, so later on, we'll also jump into the NFL as well, which cranks up on Thursday night. And then we get back to college football this upcoming weekend. But Brian Harsin yesterday after our show had his weekly news conference, and that gets us to our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through with Brian Harsin today. And as you would imagine, Brian, of all the subjects, what do you think the big talking point was about yesterday? Pick a position, any position.
Brian Harsin's favorite Labor Day side dish.
Yeah.
I bet it's going to be quarterback.
Yeah, quarterback's the correct answer there. So let's jump into that. It's brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven. LT will tell you more about Hamburger Heaven in just a second. But first, Brian Harsin on the plan that was to play 2 quarterbacks last week and where they are right now.
Getting out there on the field, those guys have to play. There's going to be mistakes that are made. But overall operation, I thought both guys did a really good job. And the back and forth, we knew that was going to happen. Not everybody else did. So that wasn't anything new for us. We knew that Robbie would be in there. We knew the back and forth would happen. And sometimes, we got a chance to keep Robbie in there because we're winning the game. And TJ had some more reps, obviously, over the course of last year and started the game. So to keep Robbie in there, we kind of have the game. We're winning it. Felt like that we would continue to keep winning the game, so we wanted to get him some more opportunities.
Okay, so that makes sense, right? TJ's played more than Robbie is. So once the game was out of hand, you let the other guy get more reps. It did look like there was sort of a transition going on in the quarterback battle. He says nothing happened in that game that they were not expecting for it to happen in that game.
Well, I mean, that's good. That means you were able to go by your plan. And again, I think John Samuel Schinker on our show yesterday told us that was going to be the plan. I mean, the phrase he used, whoever's got the hot hand moving forward, tells me you're going to see a lot of both these guys. That's the only way you know which one has the high hand.
Well, the plan is not to turn it over multiple times.
Well, sure.
And that's what Finley did.
Especially against Mercer, Lance.
And if he continues to turn the football over, it's going to be Ashford's team.
Hamburger Heaven brings us more Brian Harsin. Tell us about Hamburger Heaven. By the way, we'll tell you about burgers and stuff here, the Great Club Sandwich, but the best or one of the best breakfasts is in town right there in Hamburger Heaven, too. Don't forget that on a football Saturday morning.
Pancakes, bacon, whatever you want. Since 1982, Hamburger Heaven's been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each day for breakfast or lunch. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale, Homewood.
So do you expect the same type of plan this week against San Jose State? Have you made a decision on one quarterback over the other? Brian Harsin was asked that yesterday.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, every game plan's a little different. I mean, I expect both guys to play. But as far as like the number of it, how we utilize those guys, I mean, we're working on that right now. Every opponent's different. And the other thing as well is just how the week goes. Those guys, Zach, he'll be ready as well. Holden's coming on. I mean, we're still working these guys to prepare them to play. There's nothing that's just been truly settled in on, especially going to the second game.
I don't want to read too much into what he said there. But one thing that jumped out to me, if you try to read between the lines, obviously, and I think anybody can watch this and see these two guys aren't doing the same thing, right? They don't have the same skill set. And when he says right there, you know, it depends on the opponent, that tells you they obviously realize that Robbie Ashford's going to bring a skill set that TJ Finley doesn't bring and vice versa. So, you know, if they look maybe a little more susceptible to a mobile quarterback, we may get a little more Ashford. If they defend that very well, maybe they got a little bit of a weaker pass coverage, we're probably going to get more TJ Finley. I mean, you got to read a lot between the lines and what he said to jump to that conclusion.
I do know this. San Jose State's probably not good this year.
In anything, right?
But they're better than Mercer. And so this is going to be a more difficult test.
Yeah, it is.
Gradual build up to the Penn State game on national TV. One more soundbite in our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. Brownie, you're pretty good at doing impersonations. I mean, you're not rock star, but you're pretty good.
All right.
I want you to be Southern coach and give me the old saying about having two quarterbacks.
You know, I heard it said, my daddy used to always say, if you got two quarterbacks, you ain't got any. And right now, we got two quarterbacks, and that's a problem. We want one of these guys to step up and take the job, and we coaching them up every single week. They work hard. Their mamas and daddies should be proud, but if you got two quarterbacks, you ain't got none.
Harson on the notion, the old Southern saying, if you got two quarterbacks,
you ain't got none.
To me, like this whole one quarterback system, like I think everybody feels like if you have two guys playing, there's some controversy or the one guy's not good enough. I just started to look at it like these guys are all football players. They're here to play, just like our tailbacks, just like our tight ends, just like our linebackers. And if they're good enough to play, then we should find a role for them. You know, and that just philosophically, ever since I've been an offensive coordinator, and really back when Chris Peterson was the offensive coordinator, we always did that. If guys deserve to play, we tried to find a role. Not as much as we do now, maybe with our QBs, but we try to get guys on the field. And I think that just gives guys, you know, hope that they can go out there and play, including your quarterback.
Brian Harson on that. Now that's what you say when you're head coach of a team that may play two quarterbacks every day. Do you think that position opens itself to having a guy run out there and then switch it up in the middle of a drive?
No. To me, if they continue to play two quarterbacks, it means they got a problem.
Yeah, I just think the quarterback, and I understand what Coach Harson's saying there, and he's trying to be as positive as he can, but I think you just look at the history of coaching. Almost every coach, if not every coach, has believed a version of what I just said there in a bad Southern accent, that if you've got two quarterbacks, you got no quarterbacks.
Yeah, and you guys brought up Tim Tebow and Chris Leak in 2006. To me, it was totally different because it really was small packages for Tebow.
Yeah, he played a lot less, I think, than people remember.
Last time I saw it work was 1991 or 1990 with Brunell and Bobby Joe or Billy Joe Hobart.
Yeah, it's a position that you just have to be so careful with the ego of the player at that position. He's got to have ultimate confidence. And you talk to any quarterback that's ever played, looking over their shoulder is a tough thing to do if they don't know it's their team. And sometimes they haven't earned that, and maybe TJ Finley hasn't. But if they don't know it's their team, it's difficult.
And I still think there is going to be a time in this season that Zach Calzada is going to get a start. I really do.
Seems like he's a long way away right now.
Right, nobody's talking about him, but again,
including basically his head coach.
We've seen him have multiple good games for Texas A&M. So that is a guy that has actually done it before.
I mean, it was like at some point in that press conference, God, I forgot to mention Zach. Yeah. Oh, and Zach too. Yeah,
and Holden. Zach and Holden on the same line.
That's right. Yeah.
So Zach will either start a game or he's going to transfer out.
Yeah, that is our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. Great folks right there in Hamburger Heaven. One great location near our studio here on Highway 280.
Yep, right down the road. There's one in Homewood, one in Gordondale, one in Irondale, the original there. Go see Pete and that great staff. Again, all their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand patted each day for breakfast or lunch. Make it Hamburger Heaven.
All right, Clay Travis coming up at 10. We'll give you the full lineup later on. That's our next guest. But in our next segment, the second AP poll comes out. We're finished with week one now. The big question, what do you do at number 2? We'll talk about that coming up next right here on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
One thing that was a big topic yesterday on our live show was the scrubbing of the social media accounts of Kayshon Boutte and Malik Neighbors. Karen Lacey was another player that did that as well. They did that, as it turns out, just sort of as a reaction to the negative comments that were coming their way on social media from LSU fans. They were at practice yesterday, at the film study session yesterday, as expected. So those guys were not at the facility yesterday. They did everything they were supposed to do as part of the LSU football team. It was just sort of a reaction to some negative comments that came their way after the heartbreaking loss for the LSU fan base the other night. But at least according to reports down in Baton Rouge yesterday, all those guys did all their team obligations. They haven't left the team, blah, 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 blah.
Again, it's so amazing how a blocked extra point can change the narrative. You know, I brought this up yesterday. If they make that extra point, go to overtime, win that game, we're talking about Norvell and Florida State. It's the complete flip here.
But Boutte was noticeably upset during the game, his lack of touches and such like that.
Yeah, but also, you know, maybe his lack of preparation. The guy he dropped a couple of passes that were, you know, Boutte, whatever you want to call him. He makes those catches last year.
Somebody, I don't know if I saw it on social media or what, said that Feinbaum was really going after Brian Kelly yesterday for not going for two, which...
Oh, I didn't know that. I heard he was just, is this what you're paying $10 million for?
I mean, that's a ridiculous overreaction from Paul because, I mean, that is game one. But the criticism of him not going for two, I just do not get.
Yeah, it was on Get Up yesterday was where I first saw him say it yesterday, was that, you know, you pay, what is it, $10 million a year?
Yeah, something like that.
You know, you don't realize that's the opportunity to win the game there for the two-point conversion. And that's why I brought it up yesterday. There's some debate on whether he should have gone for two or not. Hindsight's, you know, is 50-50 or 20-20, however you want to look at it, whoever you want to quote there. If you get your extra point blocked, you say, well, you go for the win. If you go for the win and you don't get it, then fans are like, we fought so hard to get back. You should have known to just take the extra point. Let's go to overtime. It's always great to make that call afterwards.
Yeah. I don't see the two-point conversion discussion. I thought the obvious play was to kick the point there and try to win that thing in overtime.
I don't think they would have converted to be honest with you.
I mean, I think the normal is 50%. The way their offense was playing, I don't think I would have said it was 50%.
When, again, they just ran their best play the play before that we talked about. You know, it's funny. I talked to an LSU fan this morning. He's like, you know, the thing I loved is we didn't quit. And I'm like, you were down 7. I mean, exactly. You know, I'm glad you're trying to find a silver lining here.
But that sort of has been the culture at LSU. We talked about it yesterday, and Connor O'Gara has a good read about Boutte and how predictable this reaction was going to be when he came back this year. In our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. But we talked about it yesterday. Since that Hungary national championship team of 2010, they haven't had the same type of, you know, culture there in 20 and 21 and to start off 2022. I mean, Brian Kelly's having to change the thinking in the locker room a lot. The people, you know, the stars of that team, they've got to change the way they think about LSU and giving it all up for each other and the team.
You know, it's really
been a lot of me there.
I don't think we've ever seen a fall off like we saw from 2019 to right now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how quick that thing has hit the mountain.
Because that was a finely tuned machine that we could say is arguably the best team in the history of college football. I mean, you could make that argument for 2019. And since that moment, man, it's just been beyond average football.
Well, if you can go Auburn until this year. I mean, in 2010, Auburn was, you know, national champion. Slight fall off in 11, horrible fall off in 12, fired the coach. But then in 2013, Gus had him playing for the national championship and should have won it. That's not happening this year for LSU.
No, but, you know, it was a little different in 2010, too. You know, 2013 was more of a complete team. In 2010, you know, you saw – and this
a generational player.
And this could be Anthony Richardson. We don't know. We've only seen one game. But you had that with Cam Newton. With LSU, it was like at every position you had a complete stud.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. It's time maybe in your home for your son and daughter to be thinking about where they're going to go to college. Montevallo, one of those great places here in our state. Wonderful price point. They haven't raised their tuition in 5 straight years there. Great class sizes, small class sizes that can help your kid academically. A wonderful on-campus lifestyle, beautiful campus, buildings going up, new buildings everywhere, and just a wonderful athletic department. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports right there. Schedule that in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. All right, AP poll comes out later today, the second version of that. And the question I wanted to start with here, and Brown, I'll start with you. Do you flip Ohio State and Georgia? If you're voting, do you go Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia the way it was? Do you go Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State? Do you go Georgia, Alabama? How do you go 1, 2, 3?
The way I would vote if I were voting, the way I would vote, and now I feel like before I say what I say, I think I'm going to need a disclaimer here. My voting, when I voted in the Associated Press, was very volatile. Like if one team was really, really good, I might have them number 1, and then if they kind of fell off the next week, I might have them number 3. I don't know. I would probably this week, if I were an Associated Press voter, have Georgia number 1, Alabama number 2, Ohio State number 3.
So you would go Georgia 1, and I'm assuming you started the year off with Alabama 1.
I would have had Alabama 1, and Alabama wasn't bad, but Georgia was so impressive. I'd probably have them number 1, Alabama number 2, Ohio State number 3. And I would have started the year with Georgia number 3. Yeah, so Georgia would go 3-1 for me.
Yeah. What about you?
Yeah, so I would have started the year Bama 1, Ohio State 1.
Right.
Bama 2, Georgia 3. I would now have Bama probably 1, Georgia 2, Ohio State 3.
Yeah.
Now, I do say, Georgia.
And that's funny because Ohio State did play the tougher opponent.
I know, they did. And I fully expect Ohio State to flip back, and we'll be talking about them as an elite team in the next, 3 or 4 weeks. Georgia did look the best, but I don't think Alabama did anything to fall out of first place.
They didn't.
I mean, they won 55-0.
Yeah, and it's more, and I would not be punishing Alabama here. Like, there's a good chance Georgia plays Samford this week. There's not a good chance. They do play Samford this week. Georgia plays Samford this week. There's a good chance if I were a voter and Alabama went out and dominated Texas, I might flip them back. If Alabama is dominant against Texas as Georgia was against Oregon, I would have no problem flipping Alabama back to number 1 and Georgia to number 2.
You want to hear gullible?
That's just the way I used to vote.
I told I was like, who you guys play this weekend, to the roommate. She was like, I really don't. I was like, Samford. I was like,
Georgia fan, huh?
I was like, it's in town too. Do you want to go? And she was like, are you kidding? Like, yeah, Georgia's going to play a roadie at Samford.
I mean, I thought she was.
They're not North Carolina.
I thought she was a big Georgia fan.
She is.
Well, she doesn't know who they're playing? She's not a big fan?
No, she normally is. I was a little surprised.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know who you're playing.
I mean, some people are busy at work, Brown. This football season has snuck up on some people. This thing got here quick this year.
Did it?
It snuck up on me, man.
By the way,
I can't believe it's football season.
Was that a new Fansville commercial with him on the couch with the parents with mom and dad last night?
Debuted.
Yeah,
Talking about Bryce Young?
I didn't see that.
Kid fumbled the Diet Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. He walks in and, here you go, Mom. Bryce hands him the Dr. Pepper. The new kid's back from Tech, went off to college.
Yeah.
Mom. Oh, it's a nickname he has from me. And the other one, the dad goes, and he calls me Dad.
Bryce is pretty good in those.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him in the Heisman House commercial and then in the foam finger. Those are the two I've seen. And I think he's done better in those than Devontae Smith did.
Okay, Taylor, who's handling our social media, she's out in the we're close to. Are we close to getting a Taylor cam?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, we've got one coming for Lunsford and Forrester. We might as well go ahead and buy another one. Taylor, let's do a poll question. Better actor, Bryce Young or Nick Saban?
Oh, Saban's, I don't know. I've seen limited Bryce Young.
I think it's Bryce.
Well, Saban is better in the current Geico commercial where they're playing chess. He and Dion. He's actually pretty good in that one, I thought. He's gotten a little better over the years.
Saban's best acting role, not in a major motion picture, his best acting role was the original SEC Network Regions, I believe, commercial where he says, "Do you really want to buy that dress?"
Young lady.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I agree.
That was his best acting role.
Yeah. But this is a better Geico commerson for Saban.
Yeah.
With him.
But I'm pleasantly surprised with Bryce because most of these guys are not good.
Yeah, no, Bryce got a pretty good personality, and he's done a good job with it. He's soft-spoken, but he's got a good personality.
All right. Make that a Cowan Equipment poll question for us, Taylor. Better actor, Bryce or Nick? There. It's brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with us here on the next round on this venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution From rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
Andy Staples asked the question, and it did bother me week one. I just never asked it on Twitter the way Andy did. And I don't know if he's gotten to the bottom of it. But I thought iBlack Girl was married to iBlack Guy that I thought was Doug Flutie. But
I did too.
In this year's commercial, she's on the couch with Face Paint Guy.
Yeah.
We got a spicy development in Fansville.
Is it going to be surprising to you if Fansville's a bunch of swingers?
All of a sudden, hey, y'all coming over to watch the Pineapple Bowl?
They've got a Dr. Pepper colored door. They're in. I mean, but am I wrong about that? I mean, she and Doug Flutie, I thought were always a couple, and then now I know they were because one time they sent their kid off to school. Remember?
Well, no, and he's back. I mean, so that same couple, unless there's a girl that looks like her.
Well, she was sitting on the couch with Face Paint Guy because he was fansplaining to her.
I know. Well, so
is she cheating on Doug Flutie?
Could be. I think the Boz needs to get down to the.
Well, I mean, maybe they're just all watching the game together.
No,
there's only two of them.
She gets a little too emotional. They're sitting pretty close.
Mm-hmm. We need the Boz to
fansplaining me.
Yeah, we need Boz to look in on that, don't we?
We need somebody to screenshot all the pictures there and let's pair them all up together. I mean, something is going wrong there in that. All right, more on what we've seen in week one of college football coming up. Clay Travis at the top of the hour. John Parker Wilson joins us to start the second half of the show at 11 a.m. Central. Justin Hokanson from down in Auburn at 12 o'clock Central. We've got upset alert to do today. LT's got our 4 downs and our trash, all that coming up in a little bit, yes.
And I've got your unbeatable tease this week.
You've got another tease to offer Dunaway?
Dunaway's going to be like, oh, my
I got to take this one.
I'm just going to try to let you win a stake bet. I mean, I think this is a winner.
Right, sir. How many times?
That's really sweet. He's doing the work for
just
you.
Trying to let you win a stake bet.
I'm only down 4.
Do we have time to do it here or on the other
side?
side?
It's on the other side, LT. You're so horrible to the clock, man. Come on.
I got to tell them about Nichols Outfitters. Hey, the fishing department at Nichols Outfitters right there serving Greater Birmingham and beyond. The team at Nichols, thanks for all the support you've given them. We do too. They're part of our family. And it's a great fishing section. Ducket fishing, 13 fishing, Rapala lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa fishing, Sixth Sense fishing. See them all in Nichols Outfitters Fishing Department, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham, or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Forster, do we have that cool graphic that you guys built, Taylor, Lunsford, somebody built about the draft tonight? Remember, 5 o'clock tonight, 5 o'clock Central on all our video platform. Look how good that looks.
It looks great. So the wheel is ready. I've got 1 through 10 in there.
Okay. So we'll do that in the next segment. LT and I and Brownie are going to spin the wheel to sort of get the draft order going. Please join us tonight and watch that. I jumped out on a limb. We're not going to pair up any viewers or listeners with any of us. I was over my skis there. But we're going to draft tonight. Watch us at 5 o'clock and see who screws up and drafts a quarterback way too early. We'll do the draft order and upset alert still around the corner. Stay with us. You got your upset yet?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I got mine too. Does it involve an SEC team?
Nope.
Mine does.
Oh, Jim, you got an SEC team getting upset?
Yep. It's all coming up right here on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Upset alert later on. The big winner week 1, Brownie, though, who picked Old Dominion, right?
I had them straight up.
Yeah. So Old Dominion, the biggest winner last week. My team covered, did not win. Illinois sort of got jobbed there in the end. LT had Georgia State. That didn't pan out exactly the way he wanted.
No.
We'll try with our upset alerts later on in the show. Part of the show today being brought to you by Storm Restoration Roofing. That's our buddy Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. When you get upset with roof damage, only one guy to remember. That's Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned. First off, he's locally owned, and that makes such a big difference, right? And his employees, the people on your roof, are local people. Oftentimes, it's Greg himself who's up on your roof, taking care of your roof. In fact, Greg and his wife own the company. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies trust them. In fact, they're so good at their job, the Business Bureau, the Better Business Bureau, not just the Business Bureau, the Better Business Bureau ranks them A+ rated. Locally owned, great warranties, and he'll give you a free no-cost inspection. Absolutely free, no-cost inspection on your roof. If you hadn't had it inspected in a while, it's about time to get it inspected again. 205-542-3531. 542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. Or you can just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, and save all that information when you have storm damage to your roof. Like recently, lightning storms damaged the roof of one of our viewers up in Hayden and some other places. Greg takes care of you right there at a great price. It's 205-542-3531. If you ever need that number, just hit me up on social media. I'll pass it along to you. 542-3531 or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. All right, fantasy draft tonight, 5 o'clock, all of us. You guys are doing it too. The NFL starts on Thursday night. Really excited about opening night of the NFL because we got a great game, Bills and Rams. So we'll be celebrating all that tonight. So watch, we'll talk NFL. We'll talk about all the players that'll be picked, and we'll just have a good time. A reason you should be watching tonight at 5 o'clock on all our video platforms. But draft order, we're going to go ahead and get our draft order. LT, you make your way over to the wheel first and go ahead and spin the wheel.
Oh, we're going to do this live here, Lance. Come on, I can barely stand the excitement here.
So if you get one of the 2 or 3 blanks, 10 people, everybody who owns who are part of the company up here will be in the draft tonight, including the guys behind the glass. LT's draft order tonight.
Where you going, Lance? Where you going?
Do you want the 10, LT, so you can go the back-to-back picks, or do you want high? Well, 2.
You got 2.
Second
Lance
pick.
picks second. All right.
That means you either get Matthew Stafford or Cooper Kupp.
That's right. One of the 2. Can you draft Aaron Donald? Do you get points for him?
Oh, I wish.
I know. It'd be fantastic.
I wanted like 4 or 5.
You wanted 4 or 5? Well, you got 2.
Yeah.
I'll trade you 2 right now for my number without seeing.
You really will?
I don't know. Well,
Let's see what your number is.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll lose all my leverage.
Do you? Well, I don't know. I don't know how this works. Brownie's spinning the wheel. We'll be back tomorrow when it stops. All right. 5 o'clock on all of our video platforms tonight. Brownie trying to secure the number 1 overall pick. Who would you take number 1 overall, Brownie, if you got him? Yeah.
Everybody's going to take Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
There goes number 1. Won't make it back around to it.
4.
I'll trade you 2 for 4. You want to do it?
2 for 4.
I'll think about that.
Okay.
I'm going to need a 3rd-round pick as well.
Tell us about Greystone Chiropractic while I walk over to the wheel. Not that it takes me longer. But.
Jim's going to need to go to Greystone Chiropractic after he spins this wheel.
You going to stretch first?
GreystoneChiropractor.com. 981-8090 to make an appointment. 981-8090. They've also got Element Wellness, which delivers a system of body balance. Things like IV therapy. Dunaway, it's not that long of a spot. IV therapy. Cryotherapy, infrared sauna, where you get a full spectrum of infrared saunas with cellular health, wound healing, skin rejuvenation, red light therapy as well, holistic nutrition consulting at the Element Wellness Center, part of Greystone Chiropractic. Make an appointment, GreystoneChiropractor.com. I trust them with my family. You can too. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090 for Greystone Chiropractic.
Of course.
Yeah.
What'd you get, by the way?
He's got to spin again. Look. There are 4 unnumbered spots, and he got one of them.
Hey, don't forget, we got a sale going on in the Next Round store, too, while Jim spins again. NextRound.store, NextRound.store, 15% off if you spend $60 or more, 15% off our Labor Day selection there at NextRound.store. Hey, also, we want to remind everyone.
Yeah.
Just why don't you stand over there until you
Stand
get
over there. Why do you keep walking back? You're going to spin
That's
again.
not the show, man. You got to have the celebrity.
I'll take 10.
Jim says if he gets a blank this time, he's going to take 10. Lance is 2. I'm 4. Draft tonight on our social media channel. Set your alerts. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Like us on Facebook. Did he finally get a number? What did he get?
He got 4.
Jeez, Dunaway. Like us on Facebook. Give us a thumbs up on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. Yeah. So Lance is 2. I'm 4.
And Dunaway is going to be 8. I think you're finally getting a live number here. I think you're going to be 8.
Doobie-doo. Patrick says he feels bad for whoever Dunaway picks first anyway.
Can I tell you about Adam Mestre?
Rockstar, tell us about your guy.
This is amazing.
It really
There are
is.
almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have had a recorded sale in 2022. He's in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
This is six spins. Kevin says Pat Sajak is so pissed at Dunaway right now.
Oh, my gosh.
Pretty amazing they made this into a success.
I mean, this is crazy, Dunaway. There are only 2 spots gone.
It's six.
TJ in the chat says this is so Dunaway. It is so Dunaway.
I thought you were going to go with 10.
He's gonna. Will you take the? All right. If you don't get it right here, you got 10. Yeah. If you don't get something right here,
just keep going.
An actual digit right here. What do you get?
5.
I'll trade you 2 for 5.
LT
Mine's
and
still,
a deal making move.
You want to do 2 for 5?
So Lance is 2. I'm 4. Jim is 5. They'll discuss a trade
I'll take
in
2
the
for
break.
5, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I got 5.
Well, Jim is 2. I am 4. Lance is 5. We'll draft tonight. Set your alerts so you get it on all of our video platforms.
Yeah, all that
5 o'clock.
All that happening tonight should be a ton of fun there. And go ahead. What you were going to say?
Well, I was going to say, are you serious? Jonathan Taylor is the first pick for everybody? Is this a big running backs league we're doing? I got to prepare for this somehow.
Yeah, I mean, it's running backs are going to go.
Yeah, running backs are going to go heavy?
Yep.
So that is the excitement of the fantasy draft happening tonight. When we come back, Clay Travis will join us. A couple of injury notes from college football that are pretty significant. You saw it happen. Mason Smith, the ACL injury for LSU, celebrating a big defensive play. He is out for the season, according to the folks at LSU, Brian Kelly and the coaching staff. Big injury away from the SEC. Tyler Shaw. Right? Shaw, is that what
Shuck.
God, every time.
Every time.
Tyler Shuck, the quarterback at Texas Tech, one-time Oregon quarterback, injured early in the Murray State game. He's going to miss at least 2 weeks. If you follow the Texas Tech schedule,
it's brutal.
Houston this week, then at NC State. He may be back in time for Texas on September 24th. So for Texas Tech, they're missing their starting quarterback against Houston and at NC State, 2 ranked teams.
You know, here's the good news for first-year coach Joey McGuire. Donovan Smith came in against, I know it was Murray State, but he played extremely well. And this number hasn't moved, which is really surprising.
That is weird.
Texas Tech's a 2.5-point favorite over Houston.
And having watched that Houston
Texas San Antonio.
Texas San Antonio game, I think I would have liked Texas Tech there with Shuck playing. I don't know now, though.
So those big injuries right there. Top of the hour, Clay Travis coming back on the other side right here on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschecken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We go to hour 2 of the next round. We've been spinning in the breaks. If you've been watching, stick around during the breaks. We'll find out our draft order. Clay Travis coming right up. A reminder, our friends at Wayne's right now have that Smart Pest for you. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. The way Smart Pest works, they set up 24/7 rodent monitoring in your attics and your crawl spaces. And the minute a rodent is spotted, it proactively communicates back to Wayne's. They send out an exterminator to take care of it. You never have a rodent infestation. All you have to do is call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR to save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's for the next round. TNR, you save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you call 866-WAYNES-1. Clay Travis with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's the founder of Outkick, and you can follow him on Twitter at Clay Travis and see him on Fox Sports. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I think you were in Knoxville Thursday night. I was impressed with what I saw from Tennessee, and against an inferior opponent, no doubt. But coupling that with what I saw from Pitt, I really like Tennessee in this spot. I think it'll be an entertaining game in Pittsburgh, but I like Tennessee in this spot coming up Saturday.
Yeah, look, I mean, these are the kind of games that Tennessee spent the last, 10 to 15 years losing. So we'll see. But Tennessee, I believe, is now a 7-point favorite in this game on the road. In retrospect, I wish we could flip-flop this one. If it was in Neyland, I don't think there's any doubt. I think Tennessee would win comfortably. we don't really know what Tennessee's defense is going to look like. If they're going to be better, what that unit is going to be capable of. But the offense is really, really good. And so I think the Tennessee offense is probably good enough if everybody stays healthy to win them 8 games. And I think the question of whether they can go above an 8-4 style season is what will they get on the defensive side of the ball. But if Tennessee can win this one Saturday at Pitt, a big signature game on ABC, then they come back home against Akron, would win that game, and get Florida in Knoxville for September 24th, which would be one of the biggest games we've seen in Knoxville in a really, really long time. And that would be kind of the jumping off point, because then they hit their bye week and get 2 weeks to get ready for LSU. And so, I mean, look, I think you can look at the first 5 and say, hey, Tennessee could be very easily 4-1, or if everything went well, 5-0 when Alabama came in to Knoxville. So don't want to get ahead of yourself. Got to win games that you'll be favored to win. But I don't think it's crazy to look ahead and say Tennessee's going to be favored in the first 5 games of the season. And we'll see what happens with Florida against Kentucky. I tend to think that Anthony Richardson is really, really good, but the talent around him is not necessarily that great. And so I would think Tennessee would be around a 3 or 4 point favorite at home against Florida. Again, waiting to see what's going to happen against Pitt and Akron. But it's not inconceivable that Tennessee is going to be favored in the first 5 games of the year.
Yeah, Clay, I was going to say for September 24th, this weekend's important because if Tennessee and Florida both win, both are going to be undefeated September 24th. That becomes probably a top 20, top 15 matchup possibly. And you're looking at, I haven't looked at the rest of the schedule, but maybe ESPN College Game Day's there. And you mentioned Anthony Richardson. Does he remind you a little bit, it's only one game, of Cam Newton in Auburn in 2010, based on the fact that it seemed like Cam Newton and everybody else?
Yeah, that's what I wrote in my starting 11 column that I write, every late Saturday night or early Sunday morning, kind of breaking down the weekend that was. Yeah, and if anybody who remembers that Cam Newton year, he was much better by November than he was in September. Gus Malzahn kind of brought him along slowly. That Auburn offense did not really hit its stride until mid-October, really, and then it just kind of never let off the gas. And so we don't know exactly how good this Florida coaching staff is, but Anthony Richardson, I thought for a while, was a first-round caliber talent. And if they can, I think that Florida will be better in November than they are in September. So you're better off getting them early than you are late on the schedule.
Clay Travis is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So as you watched Dabo Swinney in Clemson last night, a lot of our viewers quickly jumped in and said, I think Clemson has lost their seat in the VIP area of college football, that there's just 3 teams that are behind the rope getting the bottle service and everything, and that's Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State, that Clemson no longer belongs there. Is that flushing what Dabo has done too quickly, or do you agree with that there's just 3 teams in the VIP area right now?
Well, I think what you have to maybe reassess, and this is what I also wrote in the wake of last season, is did Dabo kind of get lightning in a bottle with Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence back-to-back? Because those guys are transcendent college football talents. And I think it's fair to say that DJ Uiagalelei, and I'm probably, again, massacring that name, is not. And they wanted him to be. And then I think you combine that with Brent Venables and Tony Elliott leaving, and I just don't think the Clemson offense is very good. And a great quarterback can cover up a mediocre offensive philosophy, and a average quarterback will make it look like what it is, average. And so I agree. I do not think that Clemson is elite. I think the ACC is wide open. I think there are probably 5 or 6 different teams that if everything went their way, they could end up winning a championship. I mean, NC State and UNC both were lucky to win on the road against ECU and App State in two of the most interesting games of last weekend. Miami still hasn't played anybody, but seems to be trending up. Florida State obviously got a big win over LSU. So, look, Virginia Tech lost to Old Dominion. We'll see what happens with Pitt this weekend against Tennessee, but they were very fortunate to beat West Virginia. I just think there's a lot of okay teams in the ACC. I'm not sure that there's any really good teams.
Clay Travis is with us, Fox Sports analyst. He is also on Twitter at Clay Travis, the founder of Outkick, outkick.com if you want to see more there. You look at these schedules in the offseason and you assume a lot about teams, and there are some games you just flush and you say, hey, no big deal, they'll win those games and move on. Texas A&M's next two games are Appalachian State and Miami. And obviously Appalachian State's got some defensive issues, but they can also score some points. You said we haven't seen much of Miami, and you're absolutely right. They played Bethune-Cookman. But having watched Texas A&M, I'm not ready just to hand them wins in both those games. Watching the first quarter of that game against Sam Houston State.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of questions that first of all, it's hard to get a read on anybody coming out of a game against a non-Power 5 conference opponent. So let's start there. And look, A&M certainly at the quarterback position. Is Haynes King really the answer? We know that they've had, which is a bit unique for Jimbo, who has made his living as a quarterback whisperer, so to speak. I tend to think that they're going to get better on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, we'll see what they're capable of. Again, as you mentioned, App State has shown that they can score some points. So we'll kind of get a sense for exactly where that team is when they go up against A&M. But I think the larger context here is the SEC West, I believe, based on, again, week one, I think is weaker than the SEC East at the top. And what I mean by that is Alabama's obviously very good. I don't think that Auburn or LSU are very good, right? I don't think that Ole Miss is very good. I think all three of those teams are very mediocre. And in the last several years, they've been teams that you could rely on, off and on, being very decent, right? Mississippi State, I think, is good. They'll get a good test against Arizona this week. They're a little bit under the radar, I would say. Arkansas got a nice win over Cincinnati. Texas A&M. To me, Mississippi State, A&M, and Arkansas are the next three best teams in the West. And I would tell you that I think Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, and Kentucky are actually, as the top four in the East, better than the top four in the West. And it's been a long time since that has been an argument you could make, certainly this early in the season.
I would agree with you. And with that said, is Georgia now Alabama 2.0? And what I mean by that is Georgia loses 15 guys to the draft. They don't miss a beat. And Georgia's games are getting as difficult to watch as Alabama games. They're just boring.
Yeah, well, and probably the most underrated aspect of Georgia still remains Stetson Bennett, and it's just because he doesn't look the part, right? If Stetson Bennett were 6'4", putting up the same numbers, I mean, just think about it. Everybody would be saying, "Oh my God, this guy's the number one, quarterback in college football. He looks like he should be, a top 10 pick, and he's a certain Heisman Trophy contender. He should be in New York City." But whatever he is, 5'9", 5'10", small, slight of build, people just don't give him respect. And I think this year what you're going to see is they rely on him a little bit more as they kind of rise up on to replace much of what they lost on the defense. But yeah, I think the analogy of Alabama 2.0 is a good one. And what it really reflects is Georgia has recruited at such an incredibly high level. You mentioned the VIP section being Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State. Look, individual 5-stars can swing or miss. Individual 4-stars can swing or miss. But when you sign 25 basic 4- and 5-star class members every single year, not to mention now can go into the transfer portal and supplement whatever individual deficiencies exist on your team, I just think there is no big drop-off there. I think certainly that's where Georgia is based on what we saw against the game they played against Oregon. And what's wild is now I think has the new AP poll come out yet? I'm not sure if it has.
No, I think in an hour.
I would suspect that Florida, Tennessee, and Kentucky will all be ranked in the top 25 when this new poll comes out. Those are the only 3 ranked teams, I believe I'm correct, that Georgia plays for the rest of the year. Now, am I right that they play Mississippi State, and certainly they play Auburn as their yearly rival. Maybe Mississippi State ends up ranked before all is said and done. But this Georgia schedule, I just don't see any way that they're not 11-1 or 12-0. I just don't think they're going to go up against teams that can give them a legit run.
Would you rather be Stetson Bennett in Athens for one night or Justin Timberlake in Nashville for one night? Probably not much difference.
Oh, Bennett. No, I think it's well. First of all, Timberlake's married and super famous, so any decision that he makes is freighted with peril. Because he's got Jessica Biel, he's got hundreds of millions of dollars at stake. There's people with cameras everywhere. I don't think it would be that fun to be Justin Timberlake. I mean, Justin Timberlake lives down the road from me in Nashville. I would bet that Justin Timberlake is like, man, I'd rather have 10 good friends over to my house to have drinks than go out in Nashville. So I'm putting Timberlake off on the side. Stetson Bennett is the answer. I think he's still single unless he somehow got married. I mean, he is super, he looks like he's already running an investment fund every time I see him standing on the sideline. So he may be super mature and already married and have 3 kids for all we know. But I think college quarterback in SEC town is always the way to go over 40-year-old rich dude.
Are you happy with where we're going with the college football playoff? Do you like where we're going?
I thought you were going to ask. Are you happy with your life?
Are you happy with your marriage?
Are you happy with your marriage? No.
Yeah.
Are you happy with the playoffs where we're going?
18 years so far. Yeah. Look, I think the playoff. I think the playoff is going to go well, and I've been a long-time playoff proponent. I polled my audience on Twitter. 76% of them were excited. I think the general rule is the longer you can make a fan think that his team has a chance to win a championship, the better. And so right now, by mid-October, 90% of college football fan bases don't have, maybe 95%, don't have a real reason to be thinking about their team still being able to win a championship. So that, to me, is a flaw of college football. And this way, I think, when you got 12 teams making the playoffs, I think, there'll be 40 college football teams in mid-October that think, hey, if we win out from here, we could still make the playoff. And right now, you probably got 10. So this will expand the field quite a bit. I do think there's an argument that it will also distribute talent in conjunction with NIL even better. Meaning, now everybody, all the 5 stars seem to want to go to the same 3 or 4 schools that they expect to be in the playoff every year. I think as you start to expand the number of teams that can make the playoff, that will be great. I love the concept of the playoff on campus, right? 5, 12, 6, 11. Let's see if I can get these right. 7, 10, 8, 9, all being played on campus. I like that you still got a bye for the top 4 teams, so there's an incentive for the regular season. I think that I think it'll be really good for college football. I would also hope that the playoff games, are going to be distributed around all of the different broadcast partners, like the NFL does the playoff. So you have kind of that big game field that's being promoted across many different networks. And I've always thought college football, you sprint all the way. It's such a fast season. And then you get to Thanksgiving, and we all just sit around for 4 or 5 weeks to wait for our team to play one more game. It's never made sense to me, by and large, to just give away the month of December. I think it's going to be fantastic. I'm a big proponent of it.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter, Fox Sports. Thank you for the time, Clay. Have a great week.
Hey, appreciate y'all. See ya.
All right, buddy. See you, Clay, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Straight brag or humble brag? Just randomly mentioned, Justin Timberlake lives down the street from me. But anyway, I
Yeah, I mean, it's
Is that straight brag or humble brag?
It's a humble brag.
You think that's humble brag?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
It feels like straight brag.
Part of our show brought to you by our friends at Backyard Solutions. They give you a chance to purchase a backyard adventure for your kids. But more than that, they give you alley-oop trampolines, which are a blast, and goal setter basketball goals, some perfect goals to shoot some hoop in the yard as well. Listen, they also offer commercial playgrounds, just like the ones you'd see at parks or at schools. High-quality trampolines, those basketball goals, all that. And they do landscaping for you at Backyard Adventures, the borders and the mulch and everything to make it look perfect and fit in your backyard. Here's a couple of ways you can get into contact with our friends at Backyard Adventure. Go to the website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, or call them up, 205-408-4FUN. That's 408-4386. Don't you want your kids to be in your own backyard, those great moments where everybody in the neighborhood's coming over to your house? Quality 100% cedar with the Backyard Adventure. Lifetime warranties. It's a lot better than those thinner constructed stuff you get at the store-bought sets right there. They take care of their customers, too, from start to finish, from point of sale all the way to when you're done with the set, and that includes the maintenance programs that keep it looking good. It's all right there. Backyard Adventures, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, or call them up, 205-408-4FUN. That's 408-4386. Getting ready for Bama's trip to Austin to play Texas. Brownie brought this sound bite up yesterday. We didn't have the sound yet, just in the written form. I want you to hear it from Steve Sarkisian and get a little bit more reaction from these guys. Here's Sark yesterday at their weekly news conference.
I'll be honest with you. This game plan was done probably about 3 months ago, and I'm sure their game plan was done probably about 3 months ago. I don't think either of us thought going into week one we were going to see something new that was going to drastically change what we were going to do. So we have a pretty good idea of what we wanted to do in this game, and I'm sure they have a pretty good idea on both sides of the ball what they want to do in this game.
See, that's another example of reading versus hearing and seeing. I read it in this tone. This game plan, it was done 3 months ago. That's the tone I read it in. Like, I'm telling you, this game is so meaningful to us. We've had this game plan in for 3 months. 3 months is how long we've had this game plan in.
Man, that wasn't
That's not what he said. No, basically, he said, yeah, we did this 3 months ago. They did it 3 months ago. We're not going to show a lot week one. They're not going to show a lot week one. Everybody does this.
Yeah, that's the way yesterday when we were talking about it, we always hear the players who played the game, Barrett Jones and others who join our show frequently, always tell us they're always putting in things for future opponents that you don't even know they're putting in. So a lot of the game plans are done way in advance. All these assistants and everyone that's in the program are working constantly. It's not like the old days where, all right, we won that game, man. Drive down to the local post office. The film should be coming in from Texas Christian University, and we're going to put them in there. Oh, they're running the triple option this year at TCU? It's not like that anymore. Everybody has the little password. They get on there and watch every game, the high 22, and there's no secrets anymore. Game plan done. So Sark not sounding as crazy yesterday as we made him out to be at the end of the show. When we come back, we'll do our upset alert this week. Rockstar has a viewing menu later on. New AP poll coming out at the top of the hour. That's when John Parker Wilson will be with us. The show is being brought to you by LT's guy, Dr. B, the guy who has that hair looking so fantastic right now. It's not Quinn Ewer's hair yet, but we're on the way. We're on the way.
Quinn Ewers has got Morgan Wallen here.
Oh.
I mean, he's got a
He
mullet.
does, you're right.
Yeah.
It's a kind of a curly mullet,
Yeah,
too.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Would you rather be Morgan Wallen right now or Stetson Bennett?
Oh.
Zach says you got to update your other option, that you go to Timberlake too much, and he's old now.
Well, I mean, who would you go with?
Well, I don't know. I'm old, too.
I mean, Timberlake's, 40 now? I still think he's pretty relevant.
There are a lot of southern campuses where females are screaming at Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, you need to go Morgan Wallen now, from now on, instead of Timberlake.
I would rather be Timberlake. I don't know about you guys. Anyway, unfortunately, with age, for most comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me last year, I asked around and everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. I set that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that meeting, went over my options, chose a non-invasive laser treatment, which I did last night. It'll increase the thickness and health of my hair. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters, off exit 242 in Pelham, or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Milkman making a great point on Twitter at Next Round Live. Morgan Wallen is only 5 years older than Stetson Bennett right now.
Wow.
Yeah, so still in his 20s. I would imagine 29, 24.
Yeah, it's probably about
28,
right.
23, something like that.
Yeah, Zach brought up Harry Styles. Harry Styles probably is a go-to right now. I think there was some drama between Harry Styles and Chris Pine last night.
Not drama.
Oh, my God, what happened?
Who's
No,
Chris?
it was at Lunsford probably heard about this. This film that Olivia Wilde has done now, and she cast Harry Styles. It's pretty controversial because...
Yeah, it's called Don't Worry, Darling.
Yeah, I've seen the trailer. It looks awful.
Olivia Wilde directed it. She's also in it. Harry Styles and Florence Pugh are the two main people, and along with Chris Pine. And it looks like Harry Styles spit on Chris Pine at the premiere.
At the Venice Film Festival, right?
Spit on him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a lot of people think that this might be fabricated just to get some more hype for the film because the film's not supposed to be good.
This movie is cursed because it's supposed to be Shia LaBeouf, and then he got in a fight with Olivia Wilde. Olivia Wilde and Harry Styles obviously got together after she split from Jason Sudeikis, and Jason Sudeikis became loved after Ted Lasso. It's a cursed film. It looks good. I think it looks good, but it's a cursed film.
I think it looks
not gonna be good.
really strange.
It's going to tank at the box office.
Yeah, and I've heard Harry Styles is awful in it.
Our show being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR as they get ready to go racing at Talladega again.
Jimmy D, 877 go to Dega is that number. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com for the Yellowwood 500 weekend. Starts Friday, September 30th. Goes through Sunday, October 2nd, capping off with that Yellowwood 500. You can get great experiences like the Kids VIP experience presented by Children's of Alabama, the ultimate way for kids 12 and under to experience all the excitement Talladega has to offer, including guided garage tours, pit box tours, driver intro fist bump alley, and much more. See that. Check out the concert schedule. Reserve your space in the infield, camping, and in the stands at the Talladega Superspeedway. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. 877 go to Dega for the 2022 Yellowwood 500 weekend.
This is one of those weekends coming up in college football where not a lot of great games in a couple of the windows, but there are two games I really want to watch at 11 o'clock. Bama and Texas, obviously. South Carolina and Arkansas should be a really entertaining game in Fayetteville. Then that 2:30, 3 o'clock window, Tennessee and Pitt, Appalachian State, Texas A&M, Washington State, Wisconsin. Don't sleep on that game, 2:30 on Fox. That'll be a lot of fun right after the Bama game. Iowa State, Iowa on the Big Ten Network. And then at night, the game Fowler and Herbstreit's at USC and Stanford, Baylor and BYU's in the 9:15 window. So at least one good game in every window throughout the day. And that gets us to our upset alert. Rockstar, hit the big button.
College Football Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. College football's upset alert.
Upset alert time every week here. And again, Brown has the lead 3-1 for me, 0 for LT because Georgia State did not win, did not cover last week. Did get a cover from Illinois by a hook, but no win outright, just 1 point there. 3 for Brown because his was 6.5 or larger and got the outright win with his Old Dominion pick. So Brownie will start us off this week being in first place.
I get to bat leadoff, huh? All right. I'm going to go with the team that is playing at home. I'm going to go with a team that's catching 10.5 points.
Don't need them. Sorry. Don't need them, though.
I'm going to go with the team that's playing a team that sucked on defense last year. Who am I going with? I'm just giving you 3 hints.
I hope you're not going the same team I'm going with.
Utah State.
I don't know. No, not Utah State. I am going out west, though. And I'm going with the Smiling Devil. Arizona State's catching 10.5, and they're playing Oklahoma State, who gave up 424 pass yards to Central Michigan. I get Emory Jones heaving the ball through that desert air. Rockstar, fear the fork.
Don't need them.
I don't need them, Rockstar. Arizona State beats Oklahoma State. Straight up.
I do like Arizona State to get under the number.
Fear the fork.
I think coaching matchup goes to Mike Gundy, definitely over Herm Edwards.
What about Derek Mason versus?
Hey, Sparky there has got disproportional legs, doesn't he?
There is nothing more undefeated than Lance tearing apart your drawing on a whiteboard.
Nailed Florida yesterday.
Literally did it in the break.
Okay. Well, I did mine in the break, too. We'll see how mine goes.
Okay.
For me, since I'm in second place right now, I'm going to take Kentucky. You got to show me the hype is real down in Florida. Big comeback to earth game. Kentucky minus 5.5.
Plus 5.5, yeah.
Excuse me, plus 5.5. I would not make it an upset if they were
Not at all.
plus 5.5. So I'm gonna take Kentucky, lying in the weeds, coming out of a slumping Miami of Ohio game. I think they go down there. I personally think they win the game outright too, but they keep it under 5.5. Again, not a lot of point value being under 6.5 here. If I get a win, that'll help out a lot. But there you go. I'll take Kentucky.
I don't think Utah understood how fast Anthony Richardson was going to be. I think now Kentucky's seen him on film. Mark Stoops is a really good defensive coach. This is going to be interesting. He's got one job to do. Stop Anthony Richardson.
Right.
Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, force the other. And I saw a lot of analysts who know football a lot better than me talk about how Utah was late to adjust to Anthony Richardson in the game. And when they did, they were really tired and exhausted. And Florida's offensive line could still push them around. But early on, Stoops, knowing what you're talking about, having seen what Richardson did last week, they're not impressed with the receivers on the edges. They're going to stack the box, force Anthony Richardson to throw to those receivers and beat their corners one-on-one. Yep. It's a great matchup, Kentucky and Florida.
So I'm going out west prime time, ABC 6:30 on the farm.
Oh no, you're Trojans?
USC. They look really good in the second half.
Don't take Stanford.
You saw the skill set and the athleticism, not only of the wide receivers for USC, Caleb Williams, the defensive backs. Shane Lee looked like a complete stud, the former Alabama transfer.
USC big then.
Led USC with tackles and a pick six.
Right.
I saw this game played last year. I'm taking Stanford plus the 9.5.
That's a pretty good drawing, Lance. I'll be complimentary because I'm a nice guy.
In break, Brown, in break.
Hey,
I like Stanford, though, plus the 9.5. They won the game by 14 last year. I hope I'm wrong on this. I hope Stanford keeps it under the number, but USC wins the game.
But what do you think? I know what you hope.
I think it'll come down to a final possession. Final
possession.
Yeah.
So
how has Stanford been so bad everywhere else except against USC? Why is that a tougher game for? I mean, I don't understand. I look at the slate. I don't understand why Fowler and Herbstreit are at this game.
Yeah, I don't either. I do think Stanford's going to be improved because Tanner McKee is a guy that will play at the next level. Very good quarterback. E.J. Smith is a guy that can run the football. I think that will give USC problems on the ground. USC's offense is going to be tough to stop, but I think Stanford's going to be improved. I like them plus a 9.5.
All right, that's our upset alert today, and we'll post those for you. We'd love for you guys to play along. We'd love to see some of your big upsets. You guys nailed a few of them this past week, like App State inside the number, some other great picks you guys made over there. I mean, App State had a chance to win that thing outright. So make your picks and send them in to us over in the chat room or at nextroundlive.com, and let us know who you think the upset alert should be this week as we move to week 2 of the college football season. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap, getting you ready for the fall season. Our man C-Stew and Gutter Cap will cap those gutters.
Yeah, cap it, don't snap it. The Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever, back with a lifetime warranty. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder. You get on the roof, you try to clean the gutters, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call C-Stew today, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Chris Felica with an amazing bit of information yesterday via a tweet. Since we left Pasadena after the 2009 national championship game, Alabama has the best record in the FBS, 151-17, and they've won 5 national titles. Texas left the stadium that night and went 84-67. Which is just one win better than Northwestern in that time. In fact, Alabama has at least has more wins than Texas of 24 points or more. since they left the stadium in Pasadena after that 2009 national championship game.
Yeah,
boy, what a different direction, Brown, that those programs went.
Yeah, Alabama has more wins of 24 points than Texas has overall wins.
That's right, since then, yes.
Yeah, since then.
Boy, the stat elves they've got at ESPN.
I mean, who
they won't
comes
let
up
them
with
leave.
that stuff? It's ridiculous. You were talking about programs, Lance, you can't believe have fallen off the way they have. You got to include Texas.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you go back to 2005, and people have been talking about Vince Young in the comparison with Anthony Richardson and how good that 2005 team that ultimately beat one of the best teams ever in USC in 2005. And then right there in 2009, they were right back in it, playing for a national championship. And since then, it hasn't been good.
A bunch of coaches, just a bunch of mediocre football. They've been Northwestern, basically.
I'll tell you, one of the biggest things is they've missed on quarterback.
Yeah.
That really has hurt them.
That they really have. They haven't been able really to play great defense either, right? We bash Oklahoma for being sort of a one-trick pony when they got to the playoffs of being great offensively and not defensively. I don't think Texas has played great defense since that day.
Well, I'll give you just the last few years of Texas's defense. So going back to 15, 30 points a game, 16, 31 points a game, dipped down in 17 to 21, then 25, 28, 29, 31 last year they gave up.
It's been a lot of mediocre football that Texas has played. Now, they have, in the course of that time, I mean, he compared them to Northwestern. Northwestern's done the same thing. They have played for one Big 12 championship in that course of time, right?
Yeah.
Is that the only one, though?
Against Oklahoma. That was it.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, think about that now. I mean, we talk about Tennessee's length of time that they haven't been in Atlanta, which is longer than this.
Well, I mean, Baylor, Oklahoma State, I mean, those are teams that have won Big 12 championships.
Yeah, and they've played for basically one. I mean,
if you want to know how long the 2009 Alabama-Texas national championship game was, Quinn Ewers yesterday said, I remember watching the game. I was 6, so I don't remember a lot about it. That's the one Colt got hurt in, right?
Yeah.
That's his
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Quinn Ewers, the guy who's the quarterback for Texas in this game, was 6 when that game took place. That's how long ago it was.
Well, I mean, to put it in perspective for us, it was the first week we ever worked together.
Yeah. I tell you, it's been a minute. But
I was in my 30s.
We asked yesterday how many times would, if Cole hadn't got hurt, come up this week. And there's the starting quarterback actually bringing that up. Not saying if he hadn't got hurt, they win the game, but it's like that is their landmark, is Colt McCoy getting hurt, and they've never recovered.
Yeah, Colt's birthday yesterday, if you missed it, by the way, as Alabama travels out to play Texas. And floating around, you've seen that picture of where the Alabama band would have set if the $1 Million Band was going out to this game. Remember, in the SEC, and this is where we get spoiled, the conference is so united, so put together, so well run, that they have sort of gentlemen's agreements and rules in place, even for visiting ticket allotments. And, it includes a slither of lower bowl seats and upper deck seats at every stadium, a certain amount for everyone. Each school, in fact, can work out its own deal to exceed that. But that's just the minimum that the SEC has agreed upon, that in conference games, you give this much of the tickets to the visiting team coming in, and they have such, they do have some lower bowl seats in every stadium. At this trip for Alabama out to Texas, not one seat, not one of the Alabama allotment is in the lower bowl. So not family, not coaches' wives,
right.
Nobody, all upper deck, and that's just part of the agreement you work out when you do an out-of-conference contract.
Which you hope Alabama remembers, right, when they come back to Tuscaloosa and they do the same thing.
I would assume the contract's worked out for both years
probably
already.
So do you know the answer to this question? So basically the school said, we're just going to sell all these tickets, no band?
I don't know. I just know with it being that far away, they only have a certain number of tickets. I don't know how it worked out to where the band wasn't going, but the band not going isn't a this week decision. It was made a long time ago.
It's just coming out this week that the band's not going to go.
I mean, at that point, it's only a small pep band on the road for some of these road games out of conference, and to be that far on the upper deck, that's where they put the TCU band. It's where Alabama's would be this week, and being that far away from the field. Not even a good experience for the band members.
Yeah, but I hate watching games on TV when a team scores and no band plays.
Yeah.
It feels weird.
I mean, do you really think that what's Bryce's dad's name? Craig? You think Craig Young's going to sit upper deck?
Well, and I mentioned this on social media this morning. I already had a couple of Alabama fans said, I know exactly what you're talking about. My seats are in the upper deck. I bought through Alabama, and then others said, yeah, I went on the secondary market, and I'm in the lower bowl. So any Alabama fan you see that is close to the field in the cutaways on Fox that's in the lower bowl,
They've paid.
They paid secondary market value to get there. So that's or they know somebody with Texas seats. So that's the situation of the road trip out to Austin this week for Alabama fans. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends right there at Odie's. Odie's getting you ready for trivia again Wednesday night. Are all of you guys there again?
And Rocky, and I think Will Haver's going to be there.
The original cast.
Yeah, the original cast. Hey, look, it's Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, located Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up great lunches and dinners for more than 3 decades now. Delicious burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. Fantastic patio. Get ready for this fall weather. Enjoy some ice-cold Bud Light in those big buckets. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories. By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services. For all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
I gave you a number yesterday, and LT corrected me on it, and I went back and looked at it. Brandon Marcello with the number, counting Jaden Daniels starting Sunday night, 67 out of the 130 quarterbacks that started in the FBS this week were transfers at one point or the other in their career.
67?
67 of the 130.
That's crazy.
No, it really is. I don't know if it's good or bad for the sport. It's very interesting, though, and it keeps it, in my opinion, somewhat exciting year to year.
I did notice a lot more this week, like the play-by-play guy saying, so-and-so on the play, he's the LSU transfer. I mean, it's a lot. You hear a lot of it in a game.
And then the graphic last night, which I thought was impressive, and then I went back and looked at it, and I was like leading by 10+. But the graphic they put going to the fourth quarter for Dabo Swinney, it's still impressive, but it was 111-0 when leading after three quarters by 10 or more. That's a fairly big lead to blow in the fourth quarter, but still 112-0 now with that lead. That's a pretty interesting stat for Dabo Swinney. They haven't blown a 10+ point lead in the fourth quarter his entire time as a coach.
Well, I'd like to see Saban's record with a 10+ point lead.
I started trying to think of when they blew one in the fourth quarter that was more than 10 points.
Kick six?
I don't think they were ever up double digits.
No, they were up 21-7 in that game, I think.
Were they?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and look.
Would it? I mean, I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was 2019, 2019 trip to the Iron Bowl, something like that. But 112-0, you can't be better than that, right?
And Dusty Dvorak said, "Look, that's closing out a game," which it is.
Yeah, but when I initially saw that stat, I thought it was when leading after three quarters.
Well, that would be even better.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, any lead going to the fourth.
Can't beat the dude late.
He shuts it down.
Yeah.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store, the only place to get the best gear for game day. Whether your team's ahead or behind after three quarters, you want to look good, and the Pants Store can make it happen. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com. Anywhere you're watching us, pantsstore.com. Follow them on social media as well. Pants Store on Instagram, Facebook, everywhere else. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos, and a lot more, including the game day wear specifically designed for women. You want to look your best on game day? That starts at the Pants Store. Pants Store, 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. A little clarification on the towing of Quinn Ewers, the quarterback.
Uh-oh.
Quinn Ewers. Let's see. Is that the soundbite? Oh, here we go. It's not the soundbite, so we won't use that one. Quinn Ewers' car was towed because he gave his parents his pass, and he had their pass, and he parked in the wrong place. Not an Aston Martin, as first reported. He was in his Porsche.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Does he also have an Aston Martin? Do we know that?
The first report was his Aston Martin was towed. He says it was my Porsche that was towed.
Sorry, guys. I want to clarify.
Yeah.
What is Bijan's got? Lamborghini or
he's
Ferrari,
in I think it's a Lambo. Yeah.
It's a $200 fine, so luckily he's made over $1 million in NIL to cover the $200
pull out
fine.
a couple of
yeah. And if it's anything like when we all went to school, it ends up being you can't get your diploma unless you go pay your library fines. He'll have to go take care of that before he gets his diploma in Texas.
They used to hold your grades, like at Jack State, and I'd be like, I don't want my parents to see my grades. I ain't paying that parking ticket. You kidding me?
You can hold it all you want.
You hold that thing all summer.
Hey, so by the way, somebody yesterday, because the building was empty, so I parked in the 30-minute visitor.
Away.
I thought it was done away.
Did that, of course he did. Taylor sent me a photo. She went to the parking lot, and under my back wiper, was a note that said, what did it say?
Park
Don't
legal?
Park legal. Don't park illegally or something like that because we're in visitor parking.
I could tell your handwriting.
Yeah, I could too. I immediately texted to Taylor. I'm like, that's done away.
I tried to make it sloppy to where it wasn't a problem.
Yeah.
What Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, right now, get 20% off all Alabama versus Texas products. The last time the Crimson Tide played Texas was in Pasadena at the Rose Bowl in 2009 for the national championship. Here's to another Longhorn beatdown. No code is needed. Discount price will appear in your cart. It expires 9/11/22. So go to DanielMooreArt.com and see what you can save money on Alabama versus Texas.
Another Netflix documentary, The Untold series, continues. This time they're focusing on the race of the century, something I've never heard of. The Australia 2 yacht crew looks back on the motivation, dedication, and innovation that led them to their historic victory at the 1983 America's Cup.
Man, when I was a kid, ESPN didn't have a whole lot of stuff to show, and they would show the America's Cup, and it was strangely fascinating.
Yeah.
Like
Dennis Conner was that guy, right?
Dennis Conner, yeah.
And I think that was the first time they used the 83. I don't want to ruin the documentary, and I may be totally wrong, but that's when they started using what looks to me like a catamaran.
The double hull catamaran, I just remember getting strangely involved in it, and as I look back on it now, I'm like, man, that must have been an expensive production. They had cameras all over the ocean. I mean, looking back on it now, I'm kind of impressed ESPN pulled that off.
Well, and they say in film that the most difficult thing to do is film on water.
Yeah, and that's all that was. Yeah, I remember watching that as a kid, Rockstar. It was strangely, because it was very nationalistic, right? The boat, if I remember right, the boat was named Stars and Stripes.
Right.
So, all of a sudden, you put an American flag on it, now you get sucked in.
I'm in now.
Yeah, it's for country pride at that point.
Dennis Conner always had his nose, had the white.
The sunscreen, and that zinc stuff.
You never really see that anymore, do you?
You really don't, no.
I'm going to bring it back.
Yeah.
And while you're on Netflix, I got a new documentary called Get Smart with Money. Financial advisors share their simple tips on spending less and saving more with people looking to take control of their funds and achieve their goals. That's going to be a fun watch. And then 7 p.m. on Vice tonight, they got a new episode of Dark Side of Comedy. Tonight's comedian featured is Artie Lang from The Howard Stern Show, who said his book title that was a New York Times bestseller was called Too Fat to Fish.
I actually read that.
Howard asked him, how'd you get the title? He goes, it's a true story. When I was younger, my dad was going to take me on a boat to fish, and my mom yelled at the door, you can't take him. He's too fat to fish.
Oh, my gosh. Thanks, Mom.
That's good for the
ego.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin said, Rockstar, it's hard to get smart with money when y'all keep dropping new TNR gear. That's the smartest expenditure of your funds.
Well, there's a sale going on today.
That's right. All of our Labor Day collection on sale, 15% off any order over $60 or $600.
Yes, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, $60 though, 15% off on that.
Hey, quickly, Lunsford, I haven't seen episodes 2 or 3 of House of Dragon.
I think you should give up.
I think you're missing out. I know you didn't like the first episode, but
okay,
I think they're pretty good.
I've got them DVR'd.
All right, top of the hour here, some developing news. Dennis Dodd says his sources are telling him when the commissioners meet on Thursday, when they start discussing the playoff expansion, his source is telling him the goal is to try to get this thing done for the 2024 season. So it would be one more year of the current 4-team playoff. So having it done for the 2024 season would involve ESPN and ABC having a couple of years of first refusal on the broadcast rights. We'll see what the commissioners decide when they meet right there on Thursday to decide the future of the college football playoffs. We talked to John Parker Wilson. He's coming up next on what we saw in Tuscaloosa in Game 1. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services for all your heating, cooling, and plumbing needs, LT. There is nobody better than our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, since 1954, that is the name that Birmingham and Alabama has trusted. Call our friends Adam, Chad, Andrew, Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson MichelsonLaserVision.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, John Parker Wilson in just a second as we roll into the second half of the show. Already Clay Travis is with us, Justin Hokenson still to come a little bit later on. Braves start their trip out west in Oakland tonight, 8:40 on Bally's. Aaron Judge hit 54 last night. 65 is what he's on pace to do right now, an impressive number.
Yeah, he's going to boss 61. I don't know if he'll get all the way to 65, but the way he's swinging it right now, I mean, he's He's the only offense they've got.
And for those with fingers crossed to get the Orioles in there, still a chance, but a bad day for them yesterday as the Yankees, Tampa Bay, and Toronto all won, and they lost a doubleheader to the Blue Jays there. So a tough day there for the Baltimore Orioles, those trying to keep their fingers crossed and get them into the playoffs. Mitch Trubisky is the starter in Pittsburgh. We'll talk more NFL later on, but let's talk about the Tide right now. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken and John Parker Wilson every week, brought to you by
Premier Garage. They provide garage floor coating, storage cabinets, and organization systems that transform your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. Premier Garage is online, premiergarage.com. That is premiergarage.com. Or call them 956-3939, 956-3939. John Parker Wilson, the former Alabama quarterback, now analyst on the Crimson Tide Sports Network with us now. What's up, JP? How are you?
Guys, I'm doing great. Happy Tuesday. How are y'all doing today?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. John Parker Wilson on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Look, I mean, it was an inferior opponent. I saw the quote where Blake Anderson, the Utah State coach, said it's the best team he has ever seen put on pads. Alabama. So that's the type of overmatched situation that Utah State was in. But when you're in that situation, I've always said this, there's a way you should win those games, and I think Alabama won that game that way.
No doubt. I think you're exactly right because it's hard to take a lot away from that game. Just talent on talent. But I think one of the things you can point to is just the way they went out and handled their business and took care of it and did what they were supposed to. I mean, you're supposed to go out there and win 55-0, and shut them out and do all these things. And it's a lot easier said than done. But to go out there and to execute it and to stay in it the whole entire game, I was impressed. I really was with these guys. We got some transfers coming in, some new guys, and I think all in all, this is exactly the start of the season that Coach Saban wants. As you're not playing a big opponent like we have in the past at one of these neutral site games, we're coming out in, and it takes a different mindset, and I think they handled it extremely well.
People say you can never say never, but I feel really confident that Alabama will never have a quarterback better than Bryce Young.
Oh, I agree with you. I don't like to never say never, but I mean he's playing at a pretty high level right now, right? I mean he threw five passing touchdowns in the first half. Had a career night rushing the ball. It was kind of fun to see him pull it down and be able to do some things that we don't get to see that often and show his speed. And what I liked most about it was he had some pretty good awareness to be able to get down, because I was holding my breath every time he runs the ball that somebody's going to come roll up behind him and twist an ankle or something. But the guy, the guy is special, and I still think there was a play. I think it was in the second quarter where he steps up in the pocket, he gets flushed out. I think it was a third down, and he kind of spins around and is able to find Holden downfield. And that play to me kind of is a microcosm of who he is. He moves in the pocket extremely well, very accurate, but God, his vision, the way he keeps his eyes downfield and knows where everybody's at, I think that really sets him apart, because everybody, there's going to be guys with good arms and that can move and can do other things, but the way he can see the defense and understand where they're at and where our guys are at, I don't think I've ever seen anybody as good as him as the vision downfield, knowing where we're at.
Where does Tyler Harrell and JoJo Earle fit into all those receivers and options when they come back from being a little dinged up?
Yeah, we had a lot of guys catch the ball. Trey Shelton Holden leading the way. Kobe Prentice, 5 catches for him, and I think he handled the situation extremely well. I think he showed why he had earned the starting position, right? I heard Coach Saban talk a lot about, well, he took advantage of the opportunities. He did have some guys ahead of him go down, but knew the playbook really well and went out there, and I thought he looked great. You got Burton. McClellan caught a bunch of balls, 2 touchdowns. So I think those guys, look, I think if you're talented and you work hard and you do what you're supposed to and you're reliable and dependable, Coach Saban's going to put you on the field. He talked about in the press conference that, it's not like we go out and have a game plan of throwing, okay, guys, Burton, he's new, he's a transfer, let's try to get him at least 5 catches. That's not part of the conversation. It's, okay, here's the package we're trying to take in the game. Burton might be at X. We might have Tyler Harrell at the slot receiver, and then you just rotate them in. the more guys you have on offense that can catch the ball, it's a luxury because you can rotate people in. You can run a lot different packages personnel-wise. So if I'm them, I'm not saying, well, there's a lot of guys that caught the ball. It's no, we've got a lot of opportunities for a lot of guys to catch the ball. I mean, we've seen in the past, we've had, Judy and Ruggs and all these guys that really didn't compete for balls. They were competing to go out there against the other team. And I kind of think that's where our wide receiver room has been the past 4, 5, 6 years. Is it's not who's going to catch the most balls. It's like, let's all go out and catch, 3 or 4 touchdowns together. There's not an individual competition amongst these people. It's just, it's a room again, our wide receiver room against the other team's defensive back room.
John Parker Wilson with us, Crimson Tide Sports Network. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. JP joins us each week, courtesy of Premier Garage. You've got that garage that's just a mess right now. They do the garage floor coatings that makes it look so good. Storage cabinets, organization systems. It transforms your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. See more, PremierGarage.com, PremierGarage.com, or 956-3939. That's 205-956-3939 for Premier Garage. Offensive line was a problem last year. I don't think anybody doubts that. There's a new offensive line coach, some new faces there. Just my untrained eye, the game, JP, it didn't look, 100% solid. There were some issues there, but did you notice improvement? Did you see improvement from year to year in offensive line?
I think we did. I think our protection was really well, which obviously I'm gonna look at first before anything is how we protect Bryce. We had some rough days back in the day, so I think they protected well. Had some explosive runs, which is good to see when you go out there and get chunks from the running game, and you don't have to rely on solely the passing game to get down the field and to flip the field and move the chains. But the question was asked to Saban in the post game of what did you think of your running game? And my thoughts were the same. Was we had explosive runs, but it was the down-to-down consistency of being able to get 3 or 4 yards. I'd like to see us improve that in week 2, where we can draw up a run without the fear of getting tackle for loss or back to the line of scrimmage. We've got to be more consistent in those first and second down runs, where if you can run it on first down and get positive yards, now you're in an extremely advantageous position to open up the playbook. Where if you don't want to run it, have second 10, now your whole drive's messed up when you've got a not a positive run on first down. So that's the things we got to look at this week of being cleaner and being more efficient is productivity on first and second down, running the ball. You want to be able to get 3, 4, 5 yards and let that be consistent, right? That's something as part of the offense. But all in all, I think they played well. We got new guys at new positions. This was one of the question marks of the entire season. Everybody talked about how kind of underperformed last year, but I think in game 1, pretty excited about these guys, but really want to see them get better in the just standard down the distances in week 2.
Typically, JP, it would be hard to give a defense an A+ when you don't force a turnover, you don't have a sack. But Utah State, 7 first downs, 3 of 17 on third down, and 136 total yards in a shutout. That defense looked lights out.
No doubt. And look, Utah State, they were not going to put themselves in a situation where they're going to let Will Anderson or Dallas Turner have a career day. I mean, that could have been done, and they weren't going to run their whole offense. And probably pretty smart of them, right? Know who your opponent is, and don't try to do something special when you get those guys on the other side of it. But we played a bunch of guys at cornerback. I think anytime you get a shutout, that's an A+. I mean, that's you can't do any better on defense. What they crossed the 50-yard line, I think, once. Probably going to put some points on the board there late with a field goal. But they were just trying to work. At that point, you're just trying to work on your offense and work on your red zone offense. But the defense, to me, is deep. Defensive line looks extremely strong. And basically, to me, it's the same at every position. Besides the first play of the game, was probably the longest play of the game, where there was a pass down their sidelines, kind of a back shoulder throw. That was the biggest play of the game. And ever since then, I think the defense played well. We played all 4 cornerbacks equally in the first quarter, second quarter, where they're trying to get looks with the first team. And I think with the depth that we have right now and the talent level and the leadership we've got on defense, look, I think this is gonna be our bar. Is, you know, we're not gonna shut them out every weekend, but this is a talented unit. Now it's about just executing each and every week.
Last time Texas and Alabama played each other for the national championship out in Pasadena, you were just removed from being the quarterback at Alabama. Greg McElroy had taken over. You were off in the NFL. Where'd you watch that game?
I was out there. I was out in Pasadena. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. We sat, at the Rose Bowl. We sat like 10 rows up, so we had pretty good seats, and it was just a good old-fashioned butt whooping like we're hoping for again this weekend.
Does it blow your mind that the quarterback for Texas was 6 then and Will Anderson was 8 then?
Oh, God. Seriously?
Yeah.
That's bad. That does blow my mind. Yes. Not good. We're getting old, man.
Yep.
Yeah, we are. But how much forward do you look into this trip, though? I mean, this is I assume you haven't spent much time, if any at all, in Darrell K. Royal Stadium?
Never been. I've spent a little bit of time in Austin. You know, not much, just a couple dinners. I'm excited. I'm headed out Friday. Brown, going to play golf Friday afternoon, and then get ready for the early morning kickoff, which is going to be hot. And if you're going out there, like, let's make it tough. Let's go out there and get their best. That's the big game in the Big 12. So I'm excited. You know, I think with the line open up, it'll be like 18 or 19 points right now, favorites. I wouldn't be surprised if that didn't go up. And I'd love nothing. There's nothing better than going on the road, especially a non-conference team like Texas, and getting a win. So to me, it doesn't get any better than that.
Are you playing Austin Country Club?
No, I'm playing at Spanish Oaks. We've got some friends out there that live in Austin, so we're playing out there. I've heard Austin Country Club's pretty sweet, though.
Yeah, I mean, host a PGA Tour event, so they
not bad.
They generally don't hand those out to goat tracks, so yeah. All right, well, that sounds like a fun trip. JP got a great weekend ahead. John Parker Wilson, he is presented each week by our friends at Premier Garage. Listen, you go out in the garage, it drives me crazy if it just doesn't look good. It's an overlooked space a lot of times, but it now can be a place of pride for you. And make it look great with Premier Garage. They've got those floor coatings, the storage cabinets, organization systems, transfers that cluttered garage into efficient space. PremierGarage.com. That is PremierGarage.com. Or 205-956-3939, 205-956-3939. All right, safe travels, JP. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a good week.
All right, buddy, you too. Thanks. John Parker Wilson with us each week, courtesy of PremierGarage.com. He was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And the show brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light Next, 0 carbs, 80 calories. We'll be enjoying some of those tonight as we sit back and do our fantasy football draft that you can watch at 5 o'clock Central Time on all our video platforms. That a little bit later on today. Everyone up here is really excited about that. 5 o'clock on the video platform. Set your alert. Hit the thumbs up button as you watch us here live, and you'll get the alert a little bit later on when we go live for that NFL conversation happening this evening. 0 carbs, 80 calories, Bud Light Next. That beautiful logo right there. Wherever you buy beer, enjoy it at your tailgates all football season. Trash is in the next segment. NFL cranking up this weekend. First, Mitch Trubisky being named the starter to start with at Pittsburgh. It does seem like it's only, from the way he played in the preseason, only a matter of time before Kenny Pickett is the starting quarterback at Pittsburgh. Do you think it's later this year? Is it next year? What do you expect from Mitchell Trubisky as the starter in Pittsburgh?
You know, I go back to Matt Nagy. I think his second year, Trubisky started all 16 games, a team that should have won a playoff game against the Eagles. They hit the upright in the wild card round. They should have gone on to the divisional round that year. Trubisky was not bad at all. Showed a lot of promise from year one to year two. I kind of expect that with this Pittsburgh defense this year. And I think Najee Harris is going to be a huge part of this offense. Trubisky was named a captain. That's what causes
I was going to ask you that, yeah.
To think that Pickett is going to be later than sooner.
And that's voted on by the team. That's not just some random selection. That's voted on by the team. So his own teammates named him a captain.
Well, look, and one of the best players, Cameron Hayward, came out and said, look, these guys all played extremely well. And, I'm not necessarily surprised that Trubisky is the guy. So I think Trubisky's going to be around for a while unless he starts to struggle in games, and then we'll see Pickett sooner than later. But I think right now it's Trubisky's team. And How about this? He's 2 years younger than the East Carolina punter. I mean, Mitch Trubisky's only 28. I mean, he's still young.
Yeah, I thought the punter was 32. There was a 32-year-old punter somewhere in college football this weekend.
The East Carolina punter was 30. At least that's what they said.
Okay, so Trubisky's the starter there. Browns-Dolphins play host to the Patriots week 1. The Patriots are doing something different. They usually travel on the weekend. They're actually leaving today to go down to Miami, where they're going to sort of set up camp and prepare for the game this weekend, sort of flipping the script on what has usually been a disastrous trip for New England.
They have not fared well. It was the one place Tom Brady had a losing record. He was not good in Miami. Generally, I like it better. I was telling Dunaway this, Lance, a couple weeks ago. I like it better when New England plays the late season game in Miami, because it's been cold for months for them up there, and then they come down to that heat. They don't handle it well. That was what tripped Brady up a lot there. This start of the season, I don't know, but it's interesting, Dunaway. This shows you they know it's a problem, right? That they go different than what they normally do.
Yeah, one of the greatest coaches of all time making a different decision on the itinerary for the Patriots as we kick off the NFL season coming up Thursday night with the Buffalo Bills, the sexy pick to win the Super Bowl against the team that won the Super Bowl last year, the Los Angeles Rams. That is Thursday night on NBC. All right, trash is around the corner when we come back. I'll throw out an amazing stat for you that may have washed over you about an SEC quarterback, okay?
All right.
I'll give you one of those when we come back. The show being brought to you, as always, by our friends at Champy'sChicken.com. Sterling and his crew down there on Highway 119 in Alabaster bring you this hour. They've done it since we started the show. He's that kind of guy. He's just a wonderful businessman, a loyal guy who loves his customers, and it shows in his food as well. The hand-cut, hand-battered chicken fingers that are unbelievable and so huge. The Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. He's really vetted the entire menu and made it absolutely a perfect menu. Check it out right there at Champy'sChicken.com. Use them for your tailgates. Use them for your viewing parties on weekends. Use them for your fantasy football drafts, and use them for lunch or dinner tonight. It's Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels: drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available, plus the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Apparently there's a sale going on in our store today, nextround.store. Brown, what's that sale again?
Hey, Jim, it's 15% off any order over $60. Anything in our Labor Day collection is up there. Anything over $60, 15% off. We've already sold out of, there's a white trucker hat that was brand new, already sold out of those. So if you want that one, you have to wait till the next shipment. Sorry.
All right, so nextround.store for that sale that is going on today. Brown will continue to update you on that a little bit later on as we move forward. I will tell you as we look to this weekend, a game that could be interesting on Friday night, Louisville and UCF, because UCF wasn't tested in the opener. Louisville looked horrible against Syracuse. Now it's a tricky game. If Louisville can meet what we thought they were going to be in the preseason, going to the bounce house to play UCF, who wasn't tested, that's a fun game on Friday night, 6:30 ESPN2.
Yeah, I would agree. I have no idea what happened to Louisville. I just didn't expect Syracuse. Dino Babers, when you think Dino Babers, you don't think defense. And for Louisville to come out with an experienced quarterback, Malik Cunningham, for him to play as bad as he did with a couple of picks, you knew Sean Tucker was going to be really good for Syracuse, one of the best running backs in college football. But I was blown away that Syracuse dominated like that.
I was too. Central Florida, a full touchdown, I think, favored in this one. Which, if I'm a Louisville fan, man, that alarms me. I'm about to be 0-2 in all likelihood.
Yeah, I would agree. The Louisville team I saw play on Saturday against Syracuse, I don't think they can beat Central Florida.
Never trust Gus in these situations.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Our friends at Way to Wellness brings you the show today as We get ready for trash in just a second, and that stat about one SEC quarterback. Way to Wellness want to make sure that anyone who's watching us right now is in the best shape they possibly could be. Blood pressure, cholesterol problems, they can help you get that in check. Board-certified professionals there that oversee your program. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. And the best part, there's no contract, there's no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation as well. How do you find out more about this? You go to the website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Leslie and her team can help you lose weight if that's your goal, or get all those things in check. They've helped me. They've helped many of my friends, and they can do it for you, too. They're great people. Planforme.com. Again, there's no contract, no sign-up fees, and a free consultation. Find out more at planforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Haynes King is the quarterback at Texas A&M. 70 career passes, 6 interceptions. I'll say it again, 70 career passes, 6 interceptions. You're the math guy. If I throw the ball 30 times in a game, which is pretty average in American football, what's that working out to on my career average interceptions per game?
About 2.5.
About 2.5 a game.
Yeah.
Haynes King has a turnover problem anytime he's been in there. It showed up again this week.
Bryce Young hasn't thrown 6 in his entire career, I wouldn't think.
May have had 5 last year. Maybe 6,
Yeah.
6 or 7.
Brown, can you pull that?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, just
I'll tell you.
give me career pass attempts for Bryce and complete interceptions.
70 career passes and 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions in his career. That's your starting quarterback for Texas A&M.
How is quarterback getting worse for Jimbo Fisher? And it is. I mean, you go from Kellen Mond to what you've got now. That's downgrade, big time.
It is. I don't know what has happened there. I mean, he's known as the quarterback whisperer, and it just isn't working out. All right, so 575, his freshman year, 22. All right, 597 career attempts. Bryce Young has thrown 7 interceptions. It's ridiculous.
Meanwhile,
597.
70 passes for Haynes King, 6 interceptions.
Oh, it's about a 10 times difference.
Yeah, it's incredible. No, you're right. They got a turnover problem. That's why I said this to Clay earlier. I don't know if you guys agree with me. Now, A&M's a pretty big favorite in this game this weekend. Are you right now willing to hand Texas A&M back-to-back wins against Appalachian State and Miami?
I think A&M will win both of these games.
I think they
definitely
will.
think they will beat Appy State. Miami gets a little trickier there.
Yeah, I got to see more of Miami. I mean, Bethune-Cookman, I'm not going to learn a lot about that. But, again, they won that game probably the way they should.
I think Arkansas beats A&M.
Yeah.
I do.
They did last year.
We'll learn a little bit more about Arkansas this week with South Carolina in town, when South Carolina used a lot of special teams to get a win in their first game at home. Now a little different on the road against Arkansas as SEC play cranks up with a big conference weekend coming up with South Carolina and Arkansas highlighting that game, and then Kentucky and Florida being another good in-conference game, 6 o'clock this weekend in prime time on ESPN after some tennis. All right, time for trash every day, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Rockstar, hit the big button, man.
They let me look at the lawyer's building. I know the vacuum cleaner man. He's seen my tits. I know that's not going on TV, but it's true. It's true. I'm not here to lie to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. Our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate before you stop shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market, and this program allows you to take a time out. Make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget and maintaining a 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. Lock in that interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I just saw this pop up. A dude survived in a freezer floating in the ocean for 11 days. Do you see this? Is it for tomorrow?
I saw that it broke. There seems to be a lot of those lately. A lot of survival stories. I remember that what was the guy that was a fisherman that was out for like 200 days?
Yeah.
That was about 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I don't think we believe that one, but there's footage of this one.
Yeah, freezer has to be airtight to keep the cold air in, right?
I think he was on top of it. I don't think he was inside
Yeah, I
of
don't
it.
think he. I think the door was open. He was inside of it floating.
Okay.
So he used it like a makeshift boat.
Yeah, just see if you can pull it real quick.
So
Rocky.
is he trying to get like from Haiti to America or something?
If
or
you would have closed it, I think that didn't they teach us as kids not to play in empty
don't play in the
refrigerators?
refrigerator. Yeah. That's a weird thing you have to tell a kid.
But back then they used to latch. They didn't push open.
Yeah.
They used to latch.
When I was a kid, I used to wonder where are all these empty refrigerators?
Yeah, I
the
did
kids are
too.
playing in?
They were in the dump back then.
I knew
Most
not to
people
get
got
in
stuck.
one though.
Oh yeah, I know. They scare the heck out of me. So Rockstar's got the photo, huh?
Yeah. Looks a little like Tom Hanks.
Doesn't look very fun.
It's a good camera.
11 days he was in that thing?
Yep. I'd be afraid. I mean, how does it float upright? Like you hit a big wave, I'd be afraid of taking water.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do a little swaying back and forth.
You're
But
constantly scooping.
yeah. But you also have to balance it. You have to ride the waves.
You think he bought that headband at Dick's, or you think he made it?
And that's bought. That's an Indianapolis Colts. You can tell it's a Colts headband.
Hey, I'm going to need a headband to float the water in a freezer. What y'all got?
Okay, Yankee Candle Company is a big candle company.
It is. Yeah, the biggest one I'm aware of.
The estate of the founder is for sale. The 60-acre compound has over 120,000 square feet and includes a main home, guest homes, there it is, 2 car barns, 4 tennis courts, because you need 4 tennis courts.
Of course.
Do they even have 4 tennis courts right now in Flushing Meadows? I mean, do they?
They do, yeah.
Okay. 9-hole golf course.
Oh,
spa,
my kind of guy.
And a 55,000 square foot building with an indoor pool and arcade.
That's his pool, Rockstar?
That looks like
Is that inside?
Yeah, that's the inside pool.
Yeah, I think this is.
You see the lighting on the ceiling.
But when you see the tennis court, what do you think a tennis court would look like in your
Well,
home?
I mean, if that's his pool, I don't even know what to expect.
I would go clay.
Oh my
wow.
gosh.
Oh, it's a bar.
It's got a stage.
Lounge.
Oh, dude,
Boy,
I
you
need
could-
that.
Yeah, but if you're at that bar, you can take a serve to the back of the head pretty easy.
Oh, but how cool would that be?
That'd be pretty cool.
I mean, I kind of
I
like
don't play a lot of
casually
tennis.
playing tennis, though.
I don't
It's
play a lot
fun.
of tennis, yeah. No picture of the golf course?
I'd rather sit at the bar in front of that fireplace, but
Man, that guy. There's his arcade. It looks like Dave and Buster's.
jeez. Do you guys want to guess what this thing is priced?
I mean, how many candles have they sold?
apparently a lot.
Jeez.
Would you like to guess what
Yeah,
it's listed
what
for?
are they asking?
$23 million.
That is a steal because you get a tennis court, bar, performance area.
I would have said though. I would have thought more than 24 million.
I probably would have.
I think you're getting a deal on that.
I had a buddy send me a piece of property that is available. I don't know if it's in Alice or Rosemary. It's $22 million right now.
Are you in the market?
I am not in the market.
That's a good location. $22 million. That one's 23 and where?
That one's 23. I would assume somewhere in California.
Yeah,
maybe
Man,
Northeast.
That's a lot of candles. I didn't know they had that kind of markup in those.
I couldn't afford 1 month upkeep on one of these properties.
Yeah, I would imagine Yankee Candle. I just always pictured it being, for some reason, in New York because of Yankee.
I'm with Dunaway. I would imagine that house is on the eastern seaboard.
I think it's Massachusetts.
That's where I would guess.
Seems like it, yeah.
Tell me how bad this headline is. Woman is allergic to gravity.
It's not that bad of a film.
You got it everywhere you go, Lance. There's gravity everywhere you look.
I actually thought that was a pretty good movie. Okay, so this is a little over sensationalized.
I used to date her.
Very depressed and bloated Shannon Doherty.
The title.
Yeah, yep, you got it.
I'm telling you, I saw this girl at walk-ons yesterday.
This girl right here?
No, it looked like her, and she goes to the bar. I'm sitting there with Jack and Jace, and she orders at the same time. I'm not kidding. I was watching this, a margarita and a 22-ounce beer.
Okay, she's by herself?
She's by herself. She drinks both and then orders a glass of wine, and then her dude shows up.
My gosh. I just want to sample.
I was impressed.
I just want to sample the board, see what you got.
I just want a beer after work. Then it's happy hour with the margarita. Now I need the wine for dinner. Little romance.
So this girl you're seeing, a previously, quote, super active 28-year-old, is now bedridden and suffers debilitating fainting spells after, quote, becoming allergic to gravity.
I'm going to say it's something else other than gravity.
What this is, now they say she can faint 10 times a day.
Wow.
It's POTS. It's an abnormal and rapid increase in heart rate. It's triggered when you stand or sit up. I've actually talked to a lady, her kid has got this, and it's a bad situation.
So anytime he stands up, his heart rate goes up?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's misleading that it's the gravity, but it's just the changing of your position.
That's it. It's changing the position. You can overhydrate to try to compensate for this.
Sounds like a heart problem, not a
Is
not
there
an allergy problem.
She said though she's in bed all day up to 23 hours a day.
You take medicine?
Koala.
You can't stand longer for 3 minutes. Yeah, I think you can take some meds.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's more about hydration.
It seems like we should invent something that gradually changes her position at a very slow pace so that...
Hold on, I'm getting up.
Yeah, no, seriously, but it just would change
Yeah.
from her laying position to where she's standing, and it's so slow that it doesn't really affect her fainting spell. Because
I think I'd just get you guys to drag me and put me in the pool and let me swim.
She looks miserable.
She does look miserable. Do you ever stand up so quick you get dizzy, though?
Yeah.
That is a weird feeling.
Remember, you just clench your ass.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that trick.
I did it the other day.
Did it work?
It worked.
Yeah, did it now?
Yeah. Because the other day I got up in the shower and I was literally about to pass out. I was seeing stars and I clenched my ass and boom.
Boom.
It happens to me on the golf course if the tee box is a little too hard and I have to really...
Oh, yeah, you leaned over and you did that?
Yeah, and I was like, God, it didn't go in. So I got to do a little harder, and then I'm over too far, and I stand back up. I'm like lightheaded.
Did you clench?
I did not. I always forget that.
There you go.
So this one out of Vegas, a woman was arrested at the Harry Reid International Airport after allegedly skipping out on a bill, later claiming officers were harassing her because she's, quote, too good looking.
It happens.
Well, okay.
Not to her, but it happens to some people.
Well, I mean, I'll hear more.
Okay. Hind Bastami, 28, was booked into Clark County Detention Center on suspicion of airport rules misconduct on Wednesday, August 31st. And in the arrest report, Las Vegas Metro Police said they got a report of a woman who left a Chili's restaurant inside of the airport without paying her tab. I would think she could get a lot of dudes sitting in that bar to probably pay her tab.
Yeah, at a Chili's, no doubt.
Rock star, that is Kelsey Ballerini, country music star, pop singer. Kelsey Ballerini before she had her nose job.
I mean, this girl, this is a little photoshopped, I think.
You think there's a filter on that?
She does not have pores.
That would be Kelsey meets Mindy Kaling.
So Kelsey Ballerini and Mindy Kaling.
I could see that.
Yeah, had a baby, huh?
Yeah. What was Mindy's name in The Office?
Kelly Kapoor.
Yeah. Funny character.
Yeah. Anyway, they said the woman left by the time officers arrived. She was later found at a baggage carousel where she appeared to be drunk, according to the report.
Really?
She became belligerent with officers, said she was being harassed because no one had ever seen someone as pretty as her.
I harass people when I don't. That's the prettiest girl I've ever seen. I'm going to harass the hell out of her.
I know.
Kelsey Ballerini.
I like Kelsey Ballerini better.
But a little bit in the eyes and forehead area?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Again, I don't know how Photoshop that is.
Oh, heavily.
How many?
Yeah. Rockstar's right.
Filters?
I mean, you look at some of those photos on Instagram and Facebook, and their face is just like smooth. Yeah, and you're like, man, how many filters have you got on this thing?
What do you guys think about this? In the age of a self-checkout at grocery stores, people in Philadelphia can add another self-service to the list, a bar and tasting room. Tapster is a Chicago-born concept, is expanding into the city with a brand new Ritter House Square neighborhood location that allows patrons access to more than 60 beer taps to pour their own brews. Now, along with craft beer, customers can also choose from wine, cocktails, and coffee. Despite the self-service experience, Tapster will be staffed with bartenders ready to answer any questions and provide guidance. Not only Philadelphia, but there are Tapsters in Chicago, Seattle, and Cleveland. They're also coming soon to Austin and Nashville.
So that's explain that to me again.
It's like I guess you give your debit card or credit card or something like that, and it charges you by the ounce. So you just keep pouring and pouring.
Yeah. That's exactly what we used in Las Vegas for the NCAA basketball tournament. Luckily, the guy who won big at 3-card poker, he had put his debit card down on that day, and since he hit the big jackpot, I remember I told the story. I was sitting there, lost all my money, and there were so many people playing. He was standing behind me, and I said, dude, sit down. I'm having bad luck. He sits down. Very next hand, he had something that paid him like $15,000. Very next hand. Nothing changed except me getting up and him sitting down. Wow. $15,000. So he is like,
I got this.
I got the beer tab.
I'll tell you, I've done the buy ounce before. It's a lot more experience in buying a lot more expensive than buying a regular beer.
100%.
Yeah, what was the tab for? How many of y'all?
No idea. There was 6 of us. But it really is like going to the gas pump as you're sitting there doing it. The thing's going.
Yep. Those little yogurt places, like, this is awesome.
Yeah, and you're paying for that head, right?
Yes. That's after.
Finally, a phobia clinic in Amsterdam has open applications for an employee who is able to vomit at will. Now, so far, around 100 people have shown interest in this position. I've got a friend that can do this, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Really disgusting.
It is really
now,
disgusting.
Kent Clinics in Amsterdam deals with people who have anxiety, phobias, or PTSD, according to its website. Its specialists treat phobias such as fear of heights, aversion to needles, and claustrophobia, for example.
You know, it's somehow in the back of my memory. Did you used to be able to do this, Rockstar? Were you able to throw up on the drop of a hat, or is that something I just dreamed one time?
It's something I will ultimately fight. That's one of the worst things
No.
in the world to me. I'd rather go at the other end than that.
You know what's so weird is I was telling Brown about my weird dream last night, but in that dream, now I remember I really needed to throw up, and so I was trying to get a hold of something carbonated, and I found a carbonated drink in my dream.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I fight it.
Good find.
And everybody, when I'm hungover, they're like, "Just throw up, you'll feel better."
No.
And I just can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
I can't get rid of the taste in my mouth
Oh,
afterwards.
just brushing your tongue when you brush your teeth, and you get that.
Yeah.
No,
I hate that feeling.
this clinic is helping people overcome a fear of vomiting. It has put out a call for a part-time position in which people will vomit on command to help the clinic's patients deal with their vomiting phobia. Now,
I'm
the new
afraid
hire
of
will
sex.
replace previous employee who retired. Bet they retired with probably that acid's got to do a number on
Oh,
you.
my gosh.
Yeah, people that are bulimic have that problem, right?
They got great teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to burn up your throat a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep a bottle of original flavored Listerine, the kind your dad and grandparents used in the 60s.
Oh, is it the yellow or the green?
Yeah, the yellow one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I keep a bottle of that in the house. They still sell it, only for days after I've thrown up.
Wow. Why Listerine?
Because that stuff, I think, would peel paint off a battleship.
Yeah, you put it in somebody's eye, it's gone.
Yeah, so I mean, it is like the original breath scraper.
By
you
the
know?
way, in that dream last night, swear
What
to God
a
on my
weird
kids,
dream you had.
dude that used to be one of my clients that owned Slotsky's Deli had a patch in the eye. He had a patch on his eye. Swear.
Really?
Sandwich business has gotten tough.
And you had to get a carbonated drink because you're going to throw up.
I know. Did you go to Slotsky's
I'm
to
telling you,
get
it was a weird dream.
Hunting accident, I assume.
No, it was like an end of times dream, apocalyptic, and we had some really bad weather, and everybody was on their own, and so we were going to like different setups to eat, and we had to find a place to live.
And the eye patch guy was
a guy named Tram.
Oh, by the way,
Tram Denny.
Jeremy says the original Listerine is 26.9% alcohol, which probably is why I go to it on my hangover days, because it's a hair of the dog at that point, right?
Yeah, who was that political figure's wife, Rockstar, that was drinking she was drinking Listerine to get drunk or something like that. She had to go to rehab. That's been years ago.
Why don't you just buy a bottle of Red Mountain vodka?
She was hiding it. Everybody knew she had an alcohol problem, but she was still getting lead on the Listerine.
Yeah, but you could pour like Dobell into your bottle of
yeah, if you're a hard charger,
right?
I think you could.
Yeah,
it pours easy.
It
pours good.
What's wrong with this Dobell we got?
Yeah.
Our friends at Mortgage Riot have a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Riot's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Riot's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence, no hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast track your home buying journey today. MortgageRight.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Looking forward to Champy's Chicken at our NFL draft tonight. You can experience the Champy's experience right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Win your tailgate this year with Champy'sChicken.com. Champy'sChicken.com. When we come back, more college football and Justin Hokenson talking Auburn at the top of the hour. And this hour brought to you by Champy'sChicken.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order.
All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Braves back in action tonight for you Braves fans as we get close to the end of the regular season into that extended playoff. That should be a lot of fun still to come. Our show being brought to you in part today by our friends at NASCAR as NASCAR Racing is into their playoffs.
877-GO-TO-DAGA is that number to call. 877-GO-TO-DAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That is the easiest, best, fastest way to guarantee your weekend experience for the 2022 Yellowwood 500. It is the weekend of Friday, September 3rd through Sunday, October 2nd, the Yellowwood 500 right there on Sunday, October 2nd. Don't forget, $25 gets you a Sunday ticket, free entry into the Saturday night infield concert with Chase Rice, a free camping, parking, and tailgating zone in the Geico North Park, and you can bring your own self-sided cooler. All of that, if you're in college, You can see more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That is TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Get your tickets. Check on that college student program there on how inexpensively you can do all those things I mentioned at Talladega Superspeedway.
Real weird seeing Gary Danielson, Brad Nessler, and Jenny Dale, the new sideline reporter of the SEC on CBS, during the Arizona-San Diego State game last week. This week, they've got Colorado and Air Force. Can you pull me up a line on Colorado and Air Force this week?
It's heavy.
Heavy Air Force giving points,
Air Force good, man. Air Force is, and somebody brought this up earlier this summer, they're going to be favored probably in every game they play this year.
That was, because I remember us going through the schedule, right?
So a point spread on Air Force 230 kick as they play at Colorado. Heavy for the Fly guys.
Fly Boys favored by 17 in that one.
17. Take Air Force, give the points is my play of the week here. Here's why. Sonny Dykes, known for slinging around the yard his offense, now at TCU, they ran for 275 yards. They ran for 275 yards against that Colorado team last Friday night in Boulder. All right. Next two opponents for Colorado, Air Force, who loves to run the football, and Minnesota, who loves to run the football. Bad news for the Colorado defense. They gave up 275 to basically old school run and shoot offense in Sonny Dykes.
And a lot of that, Lance, came in the second half. If you watch that game, that was a tight game at halftime, and Colorado was nothing in the second half. TCU dominated that game.
Our friend Joel Clapp brought up 2 points from that game. He said Colorado was awful when he took his kids to see him.
True.
He's like, this program is terrible. And the other thing that blew me away, and this goes back to Mike McIntyre when he was the National Coach of the Year, he was talking about 48 teams would have already been in the college football playoff, and one of those teams, Colorado. Or was it 38 teams?
It was 41.
41.
I think it was. 41 of the 130 now teams in the FBS, 41 of them. And he did that stat a couple of places yesterday, and that still blows my mind, and maybe that's where we're headed. Two more stats here. One of them, we thought Georgia looked really, really good defensively, right?
Oh, yeah. Very good.
Too.
Very good.
In fact, I thought they looked better than they did last year, right?
Yeah, maybe so.
But this came from, I believe it was Stuart Mandel at The Athletic. Oregon drove at least 35 yards on 4 of 9 possessions. Now, that doesn't sound a lot. They didn't score touchdowns or anything, but they drove 35 yards in 4 of 9 possessions. Last year against Clemson, it only happened in 2 of 11 possessions, so they were actually technically better last year in the opener against Clemson than they were Saturday against Oregon.
Which is weird because last year Clemson is probably a better team than this year Oregon, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
At least at that point, playing those two teams last year.
They were able to move the chains a little bit. I mean, it wasn't like they completely shut Oregon down, but, Bo Nix had the couple of interceptions, so they turned it over a little bit. And, I mean, I thought Georgia's defense, especially considering, and you asked this earlier, LT, I think to Clay, considering what they lost in the draft, I thought their defense looked fantastic.
Oh, I did too. I thought it would take a step backwards for sure.
And my favorite stat that sort of will play into what LT has been talking about all summer long after he tells us about our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Find out if LASIK is right for you today. If you've been procrastinating, thinking about it, you waste money each and every year on contacts and solution. Look, I was that guy for about a decade. Finally got the procedure done. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Call Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You can also go to michelsonlaservision.com, conveniently located at the UAB Highlands. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make the call today, 969-8100.
The push by LT that Mississippi State had a chance to beat Georgia this year and it could be a big year with Will Rogers at quarterback started to play out in week 1. A lot of people lost watching this game because of a huge weather delay, but Will Rogers was challenged by Mike Leach to push the ball further downfield this year, to throw to some open receivers deeper, not to just settle for shorter passes. 5 completions of 20 yards or more against Memphis, and his average completion rate was 6.3 last year per completion, 9.2 this past weekend. To give you an example, the country's leaders are about 10 yards of completion. So up near the top of the country at that point. pushing the ball downfield. Your guy looked good in week 1.
I thought he looked great. You know, Memphis is an average team. Memphis will struggle to get bowl eligible this year, probably 5-7, 6-6 like. But I mean, Rodgers was 38 of 49, 450 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. And more importantly, they were 11 of 13 on third down conversions.
Yeah, the attempts is what's crazy in that game. 49 attempts. I mean, I know they throw it a lot, but in a game you win by that magnitude, only Tulsa threw the ball more than Mississippi State this weekend.
Some interesting numbers from week 1 of college football now that it's completely in the book. Justin Hokanson standing by when we come back after the top of the hour. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Perfect for your tailgating this football season.
Johnston RV wants to remind you that they have got those toy haulers that you can find right there at Johnston RV Center, starting at just $219 a month. Also, model year closeout pricing on select 2022 models, making room for the 23s. We're already there. Travel trailers start as low as $139 a month. Great selection of fifth wheels, starting at just $329 a month with 10% down and approved credit, including the luxurious Arctic Wolf 261 RK. You can see all of that at Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing Shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111, or online, onemanandatoolbox.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
LT's got our four downs later on this hour. We'll also talk about Clemson. Do they still belong in the elite of college football? They won last night 41-10 over Georgia Tech. AP poll out today. We'll talk more about that after we talk Auburn football with Justin Hokanson. This hour of the Next Round being brought to you in part by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. That's right, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante, a blend of extra añejo, also añejo, and reposado. All that right there, aged in new European oak barrels and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. The reposado is so good there, and this tequila takes it to a different level. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing this football season.
All right, Justin Hokanson with us, @_J Hokenson. You see him at Auburn Live, part of On 3 Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Hoke? How are you?
I'm good, guys. What's going on?
Not much. Brian Harsin answered a lot of questions about quarterback yesterday. Did you learn anything maybe you didn't already know, or did you glean anything from what he said if you read between the lines and pair words that you might not have thought about the quarterback situation?
Not necessarily. I mean, it was a different tone than before Mercer. Before Mercer, he came out and said, hey, we got to get TJ reps with the first team. And when camp's going on, there's 3 guys taking reps. And so it's important that in this first game, it's TJ's job. It's TJ's job. We're going to get him reps. And then they go out and TJ, I think, was 38 snaps and Ashford was like 26 for the game. And then yesterday, Brian Harsin says, yeah, that was totally the game plan. So it's not kind of what he said before the game. It sounded like it was going to be Finley's job to go out there and operate. And then they go out there and Ashford was constantly being mixed in. And then, of course, after TJ's second interception, Robbie played the rest of the game. So, but nothing. I mean, that was kind of an interesting, I guess, development in terms of how much Robbie played, how early he played, and really what Brian Harsin said on Monday was he kind of just backed that up and said that's the deal. I listened to Shanker on you guys' show talk about the hot hand, and it's kind of what it sounded like with Harsin. I mean, he talked about the Boise State quarterbacks in 2019. He played 3 quarterbacks at Boise State. And so and even talked about philosophically, he has no problem with that. He doesn't subscribe to if you have two quarterbacks, you have none type of deal. So kind of giving him listening to him talk about philosophically where he's at on playing quarterbacks. Hey, I'm going to play the best player. They're just like any other player. I think it sets the stage for Finley and Ashford to do this for the next few weeks at least. I mean, unless somebody completely takes the reins on this job, it certainly seems like you have two guys that bring something to the table, but not the complete package, and you're going to see them both until we don't. I mean, that's just kind of what it sounds like.
Apparently, Calzada's got a lukewarm hand because that guy's out of the conversation, out of the equation. Is he 100% healthy?
I would say no. I think the shoulder he had surgery on, his left shoulder, it did cause him some issues in the fall camp. You didn't really hear about it, but it was an issue. It wasn't why he didn't win the job, but it was an issue. And so is he good enough to go out there and win? I think he's fine. I think he can go out there and win a football game and throw the football. But he's not 100%. Probably ideally it's get some type of better surgery on that left shoulder or get a surgery that completely fixes the deal and sit out longer than he did if you wanted to be really, really healthy. But yeah, I mean, Harsin mentioned him briefly on Monday and said, hey, he's still coming along and we're still prepping him too. I know that they're still telling him, hey, be ready, be ready. But is that because they want to play him or is that because they don't want him to leave in case they need him? I don't know. So I just think that Robbie's going to play because he brings that change of pace. And then it's who's the other guy to manage the game. And right now it's TJ. So there really isn't room for a third guy. If Finley were to get hurt, maybe then it would be Zach and Robbie sharing time in a game potentially. And so it's just kind of the way it's set up. But yeah, right now, Zach's, I think he's preparing in case they need him. And I think the coaches want to keep him prepared. You never know. But right now it certainly seems like just kind of a 2-quarterback rotation.
Listen, you're no different than any other media person for 30, 50 years that have covered the sport that are not surprised by at least one thing in game one, right? You think it's going to be one way and one thing in game one surprises you. After watching game one, was there a player, a position group, or something that surprised you that wasn't either good or bad exactly the way you thought it was going to be going into the season?
I'll tell you something that surprised me probably in game one was some of the player rotations. I thought Mercer was a great opportunity to get some of these guys. You got Mercer and San Jose State, and then the schedule gets real. And so I was a little surprised. You look out there and Camden Brown, who's a guy we heard about all the time. He had 6 snaps to.
Yeah, and that's the one player that we talked about all offseason. That was the one name I was going to bring up. You said, Jim, really nothing surprised me. I'm different than the media people the last 50 years. I knew everything. I was going to say, but Camden Brown, we were talking big about him. The guy was never on the field.
Yeah, 6 snaps. And Xavion Capers, who's his backup, played 4. So the 2 guys that back up Shed Jackson played 10 total snaps. And Shed was in there at the end of the game. Morris Joseph Jr., a guy that we heard about that multiple players and coaches talked about as a quality reserve, a quality guy adding depth at the defensive line. He played like maybe 10 snaps. I think less than that. Eugene Asante played like 4 or 5 snaps. So some of the rotations and some of the player snaps was kind of a really interesting thing for me in game one to look out there and see kind of your main guys played the vast majority, even after an hour and a half rain delay. I thought it would have been a good opportunity to get some of those other guys in, and it didn't happen. Even Javaris Johnson, who had a good game, only played 15 snaps in that game. So that's kind of something I'm looking for in game 2. Is look, this is kind of your, it's San Jose State, and then it's Penn State, and you got to start playing your starters, and the snaps are going to go up. Derek Hall, Iko Leota played a ton of snaps, so. That's kind of something I'm watching game 2 is do some of these guys we heard about in camp adding depth or kind of emerging players, do they get more snaps? And if they don't, why? Is it a trust thing? Is it they're just not there yet? What's the reasoning? Because we did hear a lot about some of these guys in camp adding depth and quality and all that good stuff. So I want to see some snaps in game 2, see if it if it changes at all.
Justin Hokenson with us on 3 Sports, Auburn Live. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can follow Hoke on Twitter @_J Hokenson. With the Nick Brahms news, obviously there's a shakeup at offensive line. From your observation, how do you think that offensive line performed with kind of look, they haven't had Brahms all camp, so they were not surprised by this, but you expected him to be out there when you looked at this Auburn team in the offseason. How did you think the offensive line performed?
Well, they're okay. I think Tate played well for his first start. I saw Pro Football Focus, had him rated pretty highly. I think Brian Harsin talked about him, said he played well. Brandon Council was really proud of how he played. So I think Tate Johnson's going to be a guy that will be okay this year. I don't think he'll be the reason that they struggle in the run game. In other words, I don't think he'll be a liability. I think he'll be okay. So he played well overall. I mean, they ran the ball well, but some of that was Ashford with some breakaway runs, and I didn't see complete dominance from that group, but I didn't see a lot of penetration either. I think Auburn may have had maybe 3 running plays that went for no gain or loss of yardage. Everything else they did went positive. So there wasn't a lot of penetration and stuff happening, which is kind of the first thing you look at are there breakdowns in that regard. So I think they played well. Still a lot of room for improvement, I would say. I saw the stat about Tank Bigsby breaking the most tackles in week 1. And while that sounds awesome, you could also say, why does he have to break so many tackles against Mercer to get 147 yards? You could go both ways with that. But he did break some downfield. But I think they played okay. I mean, I'd probably give them maybe a B, something like that. I mean, they played okay. No penetration, but we all know you're not really going to know until Penn State and you play P.J. Mustipher and that defensive line, and let's see if you can get pushed there. And then we'll know a little bit more about what this group's capable of.
Hoke, other side of the ball, pleasant surprise, Cam Riley. I mean, 14 total tackles last year, had 15 in his first career start.
Yeah, he was fantastic. And, here's an example of a guy we did talk about, and he stepped up and he looked like it. We weren't sure. I mean, he was kind of one of my question marks. He looks the part, a lot of athletic ability, but he hadn't done it. And he goes out there in game 1 and does it and looked great. 15 tackles. He was sideline to sideline. I mean, they're for a period. I don't know if it was second or third quarter. It seemed like for a few minutes, he was making every tackle. And so he looked great. If he can build on that, man, I mean, a 6'4.5" guy that's 230, that's running sideline to sideline, that's stuffing the line, stuff in the middle, kind of stopping runners in their tracks. He looked fantastic. And Owen Papo only had a couple of tackles in that game. Riley completely stole the show. Matter of fact, Cam Riley, he had 9 solo tackles. That still would have led the team in tackles. So he was really, really good. He was probably the story, I would say, of the whole team, kind of the guy that you're like, wow, that was special. And if that was more than just one game, if he continues that on, you've got a really, really good player on the rise there in Cam Riley. So that was very good to see.
You've mentioned it a couple of times. One more exhibition game before Penn State comes to town for a national broadcast at Jordan-Hare Stadium. The new coordinators, the new routine of getting plays and defensive schemes in. Did you hear any buzz of any problems or any praise of how smooth that went from the coaches? Did it go well? It looked like it went great.
Yeah, I think it went well. I mean, I don't remember. I mean, there were I don't think they had a delay game. I don't think they had very few penalties. I don't remember any specific false starts or anything like that. So offensively, it seemed to go pretty smoothly. Defensively, Schmedding was kind of in there, so I kind of expected that to be a little bit better than offense. But I think everything went well. I think it'll just be interesting to see, talking about those coordinators, is, okay, how creative do they get in game 2? How creative do they get in game 3? Because it was very vanilla against Mercer, very vanilla. What does Schmedding do defensively? The secondary, I thought the secondary was kind of mediocre. I think they've got to show more than what they did in game 1. But in terms of operations, no issues from anything we saw, and no issues from anything Brian Harsin talked about after the game or on Monday.
All right, he is Justin Hokenson. You can follow him on Twitter @_J Hokenson. Read him at Auburn Live, part of On 3 Sports. He'll be covering practice this week leading up to San Jose State. So get all the insight from Hoke. Thank you, Justin. Have a great week.
See you guys. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take care. Hokenson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
In the next segment, we'll talk polls. It's a new poll day on this Tuesday after, of course, an extended week one. We get to week two, and then the polls usually will roll out on Sundays until we get to the college football selection part of the November 1st countdown, and then those important polls come out on Tuesday. But we'll jump into the polls in the next segment after LT tells us about our friends at Precision Sports as we get back into the game.
Yeah, our friends at Precision Sports, whether you are a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
We're back in a moment right here on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Before I tell you about our friends at Crocker Moving, our friend Brooks over in the chat room will be moving back to Alabama here pretty soon. And we always recommend using Crocker Moving Services, Brooks, when you're moving back to town. They'll move you from up there, I believe, in Wisconsin back to Alabama. But Brooks said earlier, we threw out the stat that was on the broadcast, ESPN broadcast last night about Dabo. 112 now, 112-0 when entering the fourth quarter or leaving the third quarter after the third quarter with a 10-plus point lead. And LT said, I wonder what Saban's is. And so Brooks looked it up. Saban, when Alabama leads by 10 or more points after the third quarter, 150-0 at Alabama.
Yeah, I threw out the kick six. I was wrong. That was 21-14 going to the fourth quarter. I seem to remember Alabama had a 2-touchdown lead going to that fourth quarter. I was incorrect.
We'll jump into the phones right after I tell you about our friends at Crocker Moving Services. Listen, inevitably in life you got to move sometimes, right? And when you move, it is not easy unless you make the right choice, and that is the folks at Crocker Moving Services, crockermovingservices.com. Eric and his team there will take care of you for your residential and your commercial moving. And Brooks, listen up. I know you and your wife, new baby and everything, they'll pack it for you. Can't beat that. They'll pack it up and move it back to Alabama for you or anywhere in the continental United States. CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. Eric Crocker, he's a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. He has a business that is built on American values. They use made-in-the-USA equipment and made-in-the-USA supplies whenever possible. And whenever possible, he hires veterans, veteran-owned, and most of the time veteran-operated. CrockerMovingServices.com. CrockerMovingServices.com. Find out the difference by using our friends at Crocker. All right, let's get to the phones. Over in Gadsden, we have Chad today. Chad, welcome in, man. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm great. Thank you. I want to make 2 points. I don't hold against Brian Kelly what happened and what's going on at LSU. I mean, the best coach who ever has lived lost to La Monroe in his first year at Alabama. I mean, things happen, the DJ Hall situation, but you guys have been pretty high on him, and I kind of wanted to challenge that because, he was at Notre Dame. He did some good things, but Notre Dame, with the tradition, the history, to me, they're the Alabama of the North. And the best team I think he fielded was in 2012, and they couldn't even stay on the field with what I believe was not even one of Alabama's best teams.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't think they're the Alabama of the North anymore. I think that's Ohio State. And I don't think that was his best team, though on the record books it may have looked like his best team. I think technically his best team was 2019.
I would agree. The year they played the ACC schedule and played
2020, 2020, right?
Yeah, 2020. The year they played the ACC schedule and played for the ACC championship, lost it to Clemson, beat Clemson in the regular season, made the playoffs. I would just say since Lou Holtz, who else has done what Brian Kelly did at Notre Dame? I mean, he stands out. He's the winningest coach in Notre Dame history.
Yeah, look, and time's going to tell on this, whether or not he's an elite coach or not. We believe he is.
I believe he is.
He's got an elite program now. So, if he doesn't win a national championship in 5 years, which is going to be difficult to do, then I think you can start to make your argument.
Chad, I at least appreciate you making your argument still based on Notre Dame. I can't believe people saw one game at LSU and that guy's not elite, or what a bad hire. What's that $10 million get? I mean, one game. Give the guy.
But to your point, though, he has a personality that will take, much like Nick Saban when he got to Tuscaloosa, he's got a personality that will take a transition of turning that roster over before he starts moving it forward. Nick Saban, remember who was the great receiver? I mean,
DJ Hall.
DJ Hall. I mean, Nick Saban and him butted heads all the time.
Right.
And there were people that are in your program, and maybe that's Keyshawn Boutte or somebody else for LSU. Just, that first year, I agree with you. You got to let the roster flip over, and more so, I think, at LSU than even at Alabama, because it does seem like the players have been running that program the last couple of years, just from outside looking in. I would take a beat on Brian Kelly and give him a chance. I feel like he's the best coach they've had since Nick Saban.
Yeah, maybe so. And the other, the other thing I wanted to mention, I was really proud of my Auburn Tigers, and they didn't do anything that's going to set them apart when everybody except LSU in the SEC won, and you've got Georgia and Tennessee and Alabama looking fantastic, Florida. But the thing I was most proud of is, and I know Hoke said they were vanilla on defense, but I feel like offensively they were throwing the ball down the field. They were aggressive. They were running. They ran that option out there to the right. That was kind of a tricky play. They ran the end around. They're not saying, hey, we're going to save it for the big game. I think they're coming out with something to prove, and almost like Harsin saying, hey, I'm gonna try to preserve my job for as long as I can. And I was really proud of the effort and the intensity and the aggression. You usually don't see that in these vanilla games like this, but I really thought a lot of that. What did you guys think?
Yeah, I agree 100% with you on a couple of fronts. One, I thought they had fun playing for each other and Brian Harsin, and after what they'd been through the offseason, I think if you're an Auburn person, it was good to forget everything that had happened and sort of turn the page and enjoy a day at the stadium with your friends and family. And the players added to that by playing well. Secondly, I thought the team looked really well coached, especially after the delay, which you can say you practice for it, you got a plan for it, everybody does, but until you go through it, you get amped up, you go out there and you start a game, and then you take a break in the middle, and then you got to go back out there, loosen up, and start the game again. And when you're playing a team like Mercer, when the outcome's already over with, you know what's going to happen. To go out there and still stay sharp, and still stay engaged, and still stay energized, that is all 100% coaching and team leadership, and I think they check the boxes in that too.
Yep. Yeah, Chad, thank you. I would agree. I think, you saw an intensity in that team. That's not, maybe that wins you a game or two. Well,
I think the intensity will continue until you lose.
Yeah, I agree.
Till you face some adversity, and
I
then
think
we'll
they
see
play
what
for their
this
coach.
team is all about.
We talk about it with BYU. I think they play for Kalani Sitake. You can just see that. I think this team plays for Harsin a little bit, but like Lance said, you lose a couple games, sometimes that can go away, and then it does come back to preparation and talent and things like that.
Yeah. Jeff over there says TJ better not take a snap the rest of the year. I would get ready for the rest of if you mean the rest of the week until they play again on Saturday. He'll take the first snap on Saturday. New York Butcher Shop, they bring us our steak bets every time we do one. Our upset alert earlier doesn't have a stake on it, but Brownie's got Arizona State plus the 10.5. Brownie never needs the points. He'll take Arizona State straight up. I've got Kentucky plus 5.5. To actually win at the Swamp after the Gators' big showing this past weekend. And LT's got Stanford plus the 9.5 as he's trying to get inside the number and USC, his team, win. But he thinks Stanford has a chance. That's our upset alert earlier. New York Butcher Shop right now with LT 4 stakes up. Those guys may just want to get a box of are you okay with a box of fillets and just pay this off?
Absolutely. And get some of those sides. Look, stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops and ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef prepared entrees and side dishes, perfect dinner to go choice for your family, ready to eat at home or heat up at home. Two great locations for you, Cahaba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service. And I've got this teaser for you if you want to take a look at it. I'm just trying to help you out.
Okay, give it to me really quick here. I want to hear it. Let's see.
USC plus
teaser, I get
10 points.
10 points. Okay.
Yeah, USC, you're going to get plus a half point against Stanford.
Well, see, that's where it goes shaky right there.
Oh, you don't like that right out of the
You've got
chute.
Stanford.
Yeah.
I've got them in an upset alert. Do you think USC wins a game?
I do, yes.
Okay. Mississippi State minus 1.5 against Arizona.
See, I don't even like that one. I mean, Arizona looked really, really good, and they have a bunch of transfers, including a quarterback. Where'd that quarterback come from?
They were 0-12 last year.
I know. They brought in a whole
turned
new
the
team.
page.
Let me pull up my quick Arizona
They've
notes
turned
here.
the page. What's the third one, just so we'll know?
Lafayette minus 1.5 against Eastern Michigan.
I mean, last week was
please.
the easy winner. That was done by 11:30.
Yeah, it was done before the lunch was warm.
I mean, Jaden DeLara, where'd he come from?
Washington State.
Washington State. I mean, 299 and 4 touchdowns against a really good San Diego State team.
Yeah.
And Jacob Cowing or
whoever.
Where did Jacob Cowing come from?
So Dunaway, you would not go SEC against a team that didn't win a game last year.
A tough road trip too. They're at Arizona.
It's at Arizona.
Okay, I'll take this one for a steak.
No, because that just makes it worse. Here's Brian Harsin on what we were talking about with Chad there, just the attitude of this team.
One thing that we're really trying to be is a great football team together. I mean, that's one of the areas that we've emphasized. I'm really proud of our guys and their personal goals that they have for themselves and accolades and all those things, but it's about the team. And so I thought I saw that during the game. I didn't see a bunch of issues on the sideline. Now we're winning, so that's one thing, right? I always tell the guys when things are good, everybody's good. And so it really comes down to that. I mean, I want no part of guys that if we're winning the game and they're all about themselves, that just doesn't fit. That's not what a team sport is, and that's the hardest thing right now that we are all fighting, I think, in this sport, is just how everything is individualized. It's so much about me, and if you don't like it, you leave. And I mean, to me, that's a hard concept to grasp because I don't think you can really achieve what you want to with that model. But it's the model that we're in right now, and it's the one that we're battling, and it's the one that we're accepting, right now, and in everything, that it's okay to do that. And I think we don't have the luxury to do that. We got to stay together as a team.
Brian Harsin.
That's our advantage.
Brian Harsin yesterday talking about the togetherness of the team. Coaches poll is out. Auburn doesn't sneak in there, but Florida does as expected. But Brownie, it's Alabama 1. Georgia 2, Ohio State 3, which I don't think anybody has a problem with.
Yeah, and let me tell you how that happened, though. I look back at the preseason coaches poll. Georgia didn't really gain anything. Ohio State lost their votes, and it looks like they flipped Alabama. Alabama went up 3 first-place votes. Ohio State lost 3. So it looked like 3 coaches watched Ohio State and said, I know they're not number 1. I guess Alabama is.
Yeah, so this is the coaches poll now. AP poll still not out. 1, 2, 3, still the same 3 teams, different order now. Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, then Michigan, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Baylor, Notre Dame, Oklahoma State. You go all the way down, Michigan State, USC, NC State, Pittsburgh's 14, and then here's where some people have a problem. Utah is 15. Then Miami, Arkansas, Wisconsin, Florida is 19. Do you have a big problem with Utah 15, Florida 19?
I do. Look, at the end of the season, I think Utah will be viewed as the better team. They'll have the better record than Florida. But I'm voting on one set of data. What is that set of data I'm voting on right now?
The one game you've seen.
The one game I've seen. And what happened in that one game I saw?
Utah lost to Florida.
It's hard. I know what you're about to say, Lance. You think Utah will be the better team.
No,
right,
I do, but no.
We'll move them back in front of Florida when they are. Florida won the game.
Okay, Utah going from number 7 to 15. If you drop them further back, you're punishing Utah for losing one game. Like, you're putting them so far back that they can never recover from that. And you can't take Florida from out of the rankings into the top 10.
They beat a top 10 team. Well, you're not in the top 10. You'd need to have them 14. I mean, why can Florida not go from unranked to 14? Give me a team from 14 to 20.
Well, I thought Florida looked better than Pittsburgh. I thought they looked better than NC State.
Then vote them up there. I got no problem.
Okay, what I'm saying is I just don't want to drop Utah.
Okay, that's fine.
But
that's
see,
fine.
you're making the argument for the people who say we shouldn't have preseason polls. You're not going by the one game you've seen each week. You're going by, okay, Utah was slotted here. They shouldn't drop more than 8 spots for losing on the road at Florida, and Florida's unranked. They can't go all the way to 14. Yeah. They can only go to 19.
Well, I'm going to contradict myself because I like the preseason rankings.
Yeah.
But I do put a little value on that road loss.
I don't disagree with you. I'm fine with Utah only dropping to 15. I might not have dropped them that much.
But I'll tell you, at 15, I still think they have an opportunity.
But
If you do your poll the way Brown is saying, and
Right.
not be afraid to have drastic moves, not just they're moving up 2 spots because they are better than the first 2 teams who lost in front of them, but they're still not good enough to go up to number 12 because I had them at 15 and I can't move them that far.
Because Saturday night, Florida looked better than Pitt. They looked better than NC State. I can't say they look better than Southern Cal because I didn't watch the game. They look better than Michigan State. They look better than Oklahoma State. That's all the way to the top 10.
And truthfully, Utah and Florida look the same.
Pretty much. I don't have a problem being boom, boom, but I would have Florida in front of them.
Yeah. After Florida at 19, Kentucky's 20, Wake Forest, Texas, Ole Miss, Oregon, who drops all the way down to 24, and BYU is 25. I'd have no problem for Oregon not being ranked this week.
Shouldn't be.
Yeah, even though they were playing maybe the best team in the world.
Tennessee would beat Oregon by 21 points.
They dropped Houston out, too.
Yeah.
Houston with a win.
It was a nice win.
Against a
good team.
quality UTSA team. LT's got 4 downs on the other side of the show, being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's, getting you ready. If you're ready to pop the question, man, I saw the Labor Day weekend, man, you guys, Friday night, Saturday night, there were a lot of these posts on Instagram.
You know what that is, too.
Get that in before football season.
Get it in before football
That's right.
season, and then she's got you on a pedestal right now, so
That's
you can
right.
sit around and watch football.
And
she's planning.
And I'm probably guaranteed spring wedding at that point, no fall wedding.
Or at least summer.
It's really good thinking. So you've still got an opportunity. If you've been thinking about this, waiting till Christmas, don't wait till Christmas. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, your diamond specialist. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view them online. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
This college football season, dozens and dozens of teams will vie to become national champions. But in the end, one team will set themselves apart. Hi, this is Alex Durrence from the Better Business Bureau. And come to think of it, the marketplace is similar to college football. Hundreds of thousands of businesses vie every day to attract customers to their products and services. But in the end, something separates them from the rest: their principles and standards. Here in Central and South Alabama, more than 4,000 businesses go the extra mile and voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards by becoming BBB accredited businesses. Being accredited with BBB means they're honest and transparent, just to name a few. These businesses who go above and beyond support our vision of an ethical marketplace and allow us to educate the public on the penalty flags of fraud. So if you're a consumer looking for a trustworthy business to work with, or you're a business owner that wants to set yourself apart, look for the sign of a better business. Look for BBB at bbb.org.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Final segment of the show today, we'll ask a question about Clemson that LT wants to get out there and on the record. Brownie's been telling us about a sale in the store he found out about. Tell everybody about that store, nextround.store.
Yeah, I did some investigative work. I went undercover. 15% off.
You got an email, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. 15% off anything over $60 today. We've already sold out of some hats, so don't get PO'd when you pick a hat and it's sold out. I'm sorry. 15% off anything over $60 from our Labor Day collection. Nextround.store, nextround.store.
And don't forget, you can hit the thumbs up button. Help us out as well. Click the thumbs up button after you like and subscribe. And if you're not on YouTube with the thumbs up button, just like us and subscribe wherever you get the Next Round. We appreciate you doing that. The show brought to you in part by our friends at Alabama Power.
You depend on Alabama Power to keep the lights on and keep you informed. Now they are rolling out new tools to keep you up to date, especially during storms. Find out why your power goes out and the steps they take to get it back on safely and quickly. Learn pointers on preparing for storms and staying safe around electricity. These tips protect the ones you love most and could save your life. Visit alabamapower.com/storm.
I still have not seen the AP poll. When it comes out, the coaches usually slow to change. Had no problem putting Georgia ahead of Ohio State.
Nope.
Mark says, I guess we should play a directional school next year instead of getting zero credit for playing the number 5 team in the country. Sort of agree with him there. I mean, Ohio State, and Joel Klatt said it yesterday, and I said it on Sunday or Saturday night. I believe that helps Ohio State in the long run. They showed me they can win a game when they when they can't throw the ball and they have to run the ball to win the game, like they should have done it against Michigan, or could have done against Michigan, like they would need to do in the playoffs to beat Georgia and Alabama. They showed they've got that card. I was impressed with what Ohio State did.
I was too. I'm not going to back off the fact that I'm going to say Ohio State still wins the national championship, because I believe that offense, Notre Dame just had it dialed in. Marcus Freeman did a great job preparing for that offense, but then the adjustments Jim Knowles made in the second half and shutting them out the final 42 minutes. I said this earlier. I think Clemson's got an elite defense. I don't think it's better than Alabama's. I don't think it's better than Georgia's. I think it's right there with Ohio State's. But the difference in those other 3 teams, they can score points.
They can score some points.
It is kind of weird that you only drop Notre Dame 4 spots for losing, and you drop Ohio State a spot for winning.
Yeah,
that's a weird combo.
Now, Georgia did look that good to me.
I don't disagree.
And Alabama looked that good to me.
Yeah.
But so did Ohio State in a different way. You got to be able to appreciate football that's not just scoring points like a pinball machine. Let's do 4 downs. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires, LT.
Again, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location coming to Pell City. I've seen the overheads from that. It looks great. Again, anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family, locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, Vulcan Tire and
flying over like Superman?
No, they had the drone.
Oh, okay.
I think it was our friend Harry who was probably doing it, if I'm guessing.
So drone video, and what's the website again?
VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right.
First down.
Bigger bounce back point-wise, North Carolina's defense or Ohio State's offense? Do you know what I mean by this?
Yeah, that the Ohio State's offense way under what they usually do. North Carolina's defense is giving up a ton of points.
Yeah, they give up 57, I think, to Appalachian State.
Mac Brown joked, 40 points in just the fourth quarter. Mac Brown joked at his news conference this week, there was one moment in the game that Gene Chizik wished he was back at the SEC network. I really don't think it was a joke, probably, but he was joking about it. But I do think Ohio State's offense will take flight at some point. I'm not sure North Carolina will come back to ground defensively.
I'm with you. It just seems like too much to fix right there. I mean, don't forget Appalachian State had a wide open guy on the two-point conversion to take a lead with 30-some-odd seconds to go. I'm not going to say that would win them the game because they couldn't stop North Carolina either. But, I mean, that's how bad their defense was. They left a guy wide open for the two-point conversion.
Okay, but from 58 to what do you think Georgia State scores?
If Georgia State scores less than 35, I'll be surprised.
I think 30 is a good number. 30, 31.
You think Ohio State goes 21 to 55 to 60 points?
Yeah, very easily. Yeah.
I would agree.
Second down.
The direction I would go.
I think you probably put that in there thinking I would go a state bet in the opposite direction.
I did not.
When you do 4 downs this time of year, I feel like it's always baked.
Yeah.
You sure you don't want me to take that tease?
I do not, no.
Okay, more total touchdowns on Saturday. Will Levis or Anthony Richardson?
I'll go AR. That's a weird game, man. I don't know. See, part of me in that game thinks Kentucky's got some guys they're missing, including Chris Rodriguez.
They are. I mean, get ready for tomorrow, for an announcement to come that Chris Rodriguez plays in this game.
Okay. Well, right now they got some guys missing.
And nobody bitch and moan about it because it's what we do in Southern football.
Yeah, I know.
And that's what I would do if I was Mark Stoops.
But he was not even on the depth chart when they released the depth chart.
The guy's been embarrassed. He didn't play in week 1.
Yeah, he's already, and he's doing a lot of things that you guys don't ever see.
That's right.
And then you can go Bobby Bowden. You can say we pray for him, use the Bible verse, and then say, why am I going to punish the other 84 guys? They didn't do anything wrong.
Bobby made a good point there, by the way.
And do a Pat Dye. He ain't going to start.
That
second play, wheel him right out.
That's right. Yeah. So but then on the other side of that, I think Billy Napier has his hands full. They've been told all week how awesome they are.
I'm tired of hearing it. It's only halfway through Tuesday.
You got to get them back down for an opponent that is playing that underdog role. It's a tough spot for both these coaches.
I agree.
But I think I'll go Anthony Richardson.
I would go Anthony Richardson.
I'm going to go. I'm going to go Anthony Richardson only because I think Chris Rodriguez is going to play and he's going to run it down their throat.
Third down.
Okay, more total touchdowns Saturday. Jahmyr Gibbs or Bijan Robinson?
I'll go Jahmyr Gibbs because I think Texas will quickly get into a situation where they got to throw a lot.
I'm doing the game, so I can't comment. I can't comment. And let me just say this: I don't think it's Bijan Robinson.
Okay.
Yeah. In my opinion, Nick Saban and Bill O'Brien did not use Jahmyr Gibbs this past weekend intentionally.
Bubble wrap.
And I'm not sure that Tyler Harrell was really hurt.
Okay.
I think it's easy to roll him out there and let him go deep. And for the first time, they see the speed
shot out of a cannon
in person.
Whoa!
Yeah. Instead of seeing it in that game where he's 30 yards behind the Utah State defender.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
I like your theories on 4 downs.
So I'm just going to say it's not Bijan Robinson.
Fair enough. I would go Jahmyr Gibbs as well.
Fourth down.
Idris Elba, 50 years old today.
Talented.
Jeff Foxworthy, 64.
Oh, we're going to do
equally as talented.
All said and done, better career.
Foxworthy, sadly.
Sadly, it is going to be Foxworthy.
I don't know, though, because Elba has just become, over the last 4 or 5 years, an A-list actor.
He has.
Always on they always have on the radar if he's going to be the next Bond.
I know, but sexiest man alive right now. I don't think Foxworthy's ever going to get that,
Okay,
right?
but again, here's always our test. Birmingham Airport, Jeff Foxworthy is walking through the terminal. Idris Elba, who gets more recognized?
Idris Elba's a good-looking dude.
Not even close.
Yeah, I don't know now.
Jeff Foxworthy looks like every other guy out there.
Jeff Foxworthy looks like Jeff Foxworthy.
But have you seen him lately? I mean, he's what is he, 64 today?
Yeah.
The age button has hit him the last couple of years.
Yeah. I
He's not
still
as
say,
good looking as he was in the 90s.
I still say Shuttlesworth Airport, or we can go to Hartsfield International. Jeff Foxworthy gets recognized more in the airport than Idris Elba. 100%.
Yeah. I think
I
when
think
it's
they
set,
recognize Idris, they have no idea what that guy's name is. He's in something.
that's right. That's exactly right. I'm not going to know his name,
Luther.
but that guy's a famous actor.
He's on commercials now, selling insurance or like vacation stuff.
Stringer Bell.
Yeah.
Well, people would go up to Foxworthy and say, "Hey, do one of them things. You ought to be
Here's your
my
sign. Is that you? Is that you?
You ought to be my
Your
uncle."
tater salad, right?
Idris was on The Office?
He was.
He was the.
You didn't know that?
No.
Oh, it's a great episode.
Again, I've only seen like probably 20 or 30 Offices.
Temporary boss, and then Michael comes back and fires him. It is it really is like
Michael, I don't think you have the authority to fire me.
It is a fantastic episode.
Thank you for your service. You're no longer needed.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Idris is also a DJ. I'm telling you, man, the guy is very, very talented. He's one of my favorite actors. And Foxworthy, right now has 3 times Elba's work.
Foxworthy's loaded.
But
I'm
what
sure.
Elba's going to end up doing is become a producer on. He'll end up getting a big time HBO, Netflix show. He'll be the executive producer on it. He'll get paid.
Okay.
Was that 4 downs already?
the 4th one.
Wow.
Burned right through 'em.
Brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th in Pell City for anything you need. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can handle it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Chandler Morris hurt for TCU, probably out a couple of weeks there for them. TCU looked good at Colorado. This week, who does TCU have? Is it going to hurt them? You're okay with the other guy anyway at TCU, aren't you?
Yeah, Max Duggan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't really care about Chandler Morris.
No.
Come on, Lance.
I mean, I don't want him to be hurt.
The Morris family.
They play Tarleton State this week.
No, they're fine.
They're fine with Max Duggan there. And Mac Brown said Drake May reminded him of who? Continuing a theme here, Brown.
Josh Allen.
Nope.
Cam Newton.
Nope.
Johnny Manziel.
Drake May reminds Mac Brown of who?
Idris Elba.
Colt McCoy.
Colt McCoy. Colt McCoy.
Colt freaking Coy.
Yeah.
Jeff Foxworthy.
Hey, don't forget, NASCAR is coming back to the Talladega Super Speedway. The Yellowwood 500. It's Sunday, October 2nd. We're going to give away some experiences. Stay tuned. We got a fun way of giving away some experiences there at Talladega. You can get yours, though, by calling 877-GO-2-DEGA or visiting TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Chase Rice is the Saturday night infield concert. Bailey Zimmerman opens for Chase. It starts at 7:30. A Sunday ticket gets you into that concert. See more. Reserve your seats. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-2-DEGA.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lance'sLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lance'sLock.com.
LT asked the question, is Clemson football now the Adam Sandler of college football after Brownie tells you about MyBookie?
I got to hear this.
.ag.
Bills and Rams are playing, Lance. You might want to adjust your calendar Thursday. They kick off the NFL regular season, and it's time to prepare for your winning season. And MyBookie, whether you're a veteran bettor or a first-timer, MyBookie gets you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. It is quick. It is easy. A $250 deposit puts $500 in your account. You can use your funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you like. To claim that bonus, all you need is our name. Next round. That's your code when you go to mybookie.ag. Next round. It adds more excitement to the game. You can bet on team win totals, predict Super Bowl winner, use the MyBookie prop builder, secure the bag is what you're going to do when you go to mybookie.ag and use the code next round to get that double deposit. mybookie.ag, next round. It's free money. Go get it at mybookie.ag with the code next round.
The Thanksgiving song, the Hanukkah song, Adam Sandler's a musician to me. I don't know what he is to you. Why is Clemson football the Adam Sandler of college football now?
We touched on this barely, but Wes Goodwin, Brandon Streeter, Mickey Kahn, he's got all his boys around.
Okay.
And he's taking care of them, much like Sandler does.
Yeah.
Sandler knows it's not a great product, but I'm going to take care of my friends, and we're still all going to make money. I mean, Dabo's going to make money regardless. He's already won his championships.
Rockstar, we praise Sandler for doing this.
Well, he's loyal.
Well, there you go. Are we going to dog Dabo for doing it?
No, he's
different
loyal.
business, though, man. People need shitty movies. We don't need a shitty football program.
They won 41-10 last night.
I know. I think people are. I was not blown away by their offense, but I think people are pulling the chute on Clemson. They touched too quickly.
I would agree.
Like, 12-0 Clemson ain't gonna shock me.
They're winning the ACC.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was getting on Jimmy Dykes' plane, Clemson probably isn't getting up past the curtain in the first class where they're sitting up there eating caviar and drinking the best of champagne. but they're not back near the toilets either.
Again, we've got one set of data to go on, but based on that set of data we've got from this past weekend, NC State was viewed as a challenger for Clemson in the ACC.
It's more Florida State now.
No, it's still.
Yeah, but do you still buy it the way you did after watching NC State?
I still think Pittsburgh's better than they were. I think NC State's better than they were. They're not Clemson, though.
Yeah.
Florida State's better than you thought they would be.
Florida State's like 6-6, 7-5 good to me after that game Saturday.
Yeah, I think
night.
it's 7-5.
Yeah.
It's an improvement.
All right. Adam Sandler, Dabo Sweeney. Dabo could probably play a character in an Adam Sandler movie.
Probably,
now that I think about it.
Won't it matter?
Yeah, he could be the coach in the remake of Waterboy. Right?
I'm not going to see it.
51st Dates, that guy that was in studio with us plays the crazy guy, Rob Schneider.
He's in every movie. He's You Can Do It guy.
You can do it. All right. Does he do the voice in Dora the Explorer too? When did the map? You can do it.
Oh,
is it Dora the Explorer? All right. That's the show today. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Don't forget our fantasy football draft tonight at 5 p.m. Make sure you watch that. Exciting conversation about the NFL. That's 5 o'clock on all our video platforms this evening. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.